to compete, to connect, or to simply celebrate the craft, you are all in the right place. Because today, this atrium transforms into a space of dialogue, discovery, and dedication to truth.
Truly, Sean, to begin our day with the right spirit, we now invite everyone to rise. Let us open our program with a prayer, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. May this moment remind us of the values that ground us, both as Filipinos and as truth seekers.
With reverence in our hearts, let us bow our heads for the prayer, and afterwards we shall honor our beloved nation through our anthem.
Hello. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with grateful hearts. Thank you for gathering us safely today despite the challenges brought by the typhoon. We pray the protection and comfort for those who have been affected, and may your guiding hand bring peace and strength to every community in need. We lift up to you this campus summit. Bless our sponsor whose generosity made this event possible, our guests who share their wisdom and time, and our teachers and mentors who continually guide us. We pray for all the students, in Jesus' name we pray, Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang makiling, eros ng silangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lumang hinirang, kuya ka ng mahiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisikil, sa nalalang tunog sa simoy at sa langit kong pagaw, ay nilatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang lang matawag ko'y tagumpay na naghihiling, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may matitigil. Luman ang araw ng walhati't pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na karnay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, everyone. You may now be seated. Move forward. Before we move forward, we would like to thank our sponsors for this event, namely Gmall as our venue partner, Visayan Electric and Smart PLDT, our co-presenters for today's summit, Campus Journalism.
And don't forget our gold sponsors, Globe and Palm Grass, the Heritage Hotel, and KNOP Law and Roncalles Customs Brokerage as our silver sponsors.
Yes, thank you so much. This event would not be possible without all our sponsors. It's truly wonderful to see you all settled in, smiling, and ready for what promises to be an unforgettable summit. If there's one thing about gatherings like these, Sean, it's that they remind us how strong and how the bright the youth can shine when brought together. We are here not only as individuals, but as communities of writers, photographers, broadcasters, and dreamers.
That's right, IZ. And as we begin, let's remember why we're here in the first place. Campus journalism is not just an extracurricular activity.
Yes,
No,
that's
it's not
right.
just a contest we go into for regionals or nationals. It's a commitment, a responsibility, a passion rolled into one. It's about making our voices count, ensuring that every story, whether small or big, finds its way to the people who need to hear it. This summit gives us that chance to sharpen our skills as journalists in our nation.
But before we go any further into our program, allow us to formally introduce ourselves. I am Izzy Elieli Pardillo, proudly representing the University of San Jose Recoletos, and to our publication, the Hasenian Premier. And as we always say, be the first. Be the first to uncover the truth. Be the first to shine a light. And most importantly, be the first to stand for what is right.
And standing right beside Izzy is yours truly, Sean Daniel Tan from STEC Senior High School, representing the publication organization Mantalaan. Bring the news we write with a clear sight of what's right.
And together,
We are your Masters of Ceremonies.
And to officially open today's event, it is our honor and privilege to call on someone whose leadership continues to inspire excellence in the field of journalism.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all warmly welcome Mr. Bayani Garcia, a member of Sunstar Cebu's Board of Directors. A round of applause, please.
Maayong buntag. Good morning, everyone. Good ba gyud ang morning? Murag naluya man. Kinahanglan ato ang energy pareha sa ato mga hosts and mga MCs, no? So, good morning again. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this year's Campus Journalism Campus Journalism Summit, no? By Sunstar Media Group. Right now is an event that is very special, but not just special, but also very relevant. As we see, or as I see in front of me, the faces are quite young, very, very young. And it's very inspiring as an industry to be able to see young faces. Considering that siguro the journalistic or communication courses or tracks are not as lucrative or as inviting versus other careers, opportunities. But I see that you guys are here not for the pay, for the future, but this is your passion. So you have to give each and every one of you guys a warm round of applause because dili lalim, no? You guys are here because you're idealistic, you're hungry. And in the age now where a lot of fake news are coming out, a lot of AI tools that are originally meant to help us, to inspire us, to siguro guide us, is also being used or the contrary. So as we take a look at here, the topic, a journalist tool is not, AI is a journalist tool and not the journalist. This holds true more than ever. One thing that AI does not have or cannot comprehend or cannot deliver us is your judgment, is the background, coming from each and every one of your little communities, either be at home, sa inyong barangay, in school. It doesn't know when or what or how to publish in a timely manner, in a manner that's relevant, in a matter, especially when it comes to mga sensitivities in culture and everything. Diba? AI is a tool, but not the main product, no? So you guys, eventually, when you become journalists, either in online, print, radio, television, it is up to you to be able to discern what is worth publishing or what is worth writing or what is worth bringing out to the public, because news organizations or you guys are the ones, the gatekeepers, before it goes out to the open. And the judgment is very important. We'd also like to, siguro let you guys know that Sunstar is not only just a newspaper now. Over the years, we have evolved from just being a newspaper to being a multimedia group. But one thing has always been constant with Sunstar, and I hope you pay attention to this. It is the sense of community. Ato ang komunidad, ato ang ginagmay na ginharian, so to speak, no? Because being a community paper, being a community media group, you guys are very, siguro much attuned with everything that's happening with you. During the shift, during the, the big dip for the print media, we were the ones who were, Sunstar was the ones that were doing quite well because our market was the community. Nobody even cared about national news, well, except now, no, karon with the DPWH and all these other flavors of the month. But at the end of the day, you guys want to know what's going on in your community. Kinsa may nag-birthday, kinsa may nagkuan, kinsa may nang-graduate with honors, no? So it's all about having a sense of community. And despite our evolution in our product, in our presentation, the vision and the commitment to the community has always been there. And Sunstar, we serve multiple different communities, and that's what sets us apart from other media networks. So in closing, I just want to tell you guys that keep an open mind. Again, I admire your idealism. I admire your grit. And I also admire your choices that you make now. Because you guys are the future of news. Not just news, but information in general. No, we need people like you to be able to vet out, to be able to validate what's coming out. And now more than ever, traditional news media is in demand. Kay who needs, we need reliable information, fact-checked, that is not fake. So with that being said, I'd like to greet you once again. A beautiful, wonderful morning, and congratulations in all the winners for the contest and the participants. But more importantly, I hope you guys take a lot of this and learn a lot from the activity for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Nestor, for that very engaging, for setting such an inspiring tone for us today. Your words are a reminder that journalism is more than just ink on paper. It's about vision, responsibility, and legacy. So once again, thank you so much, Sir Bayani.
And speaking of vision, Sean, our next speaker will walk us through the heartbeat of this year's summit. What does today hold for us? What ideas and experiences will we carry back to our schools, to our publications, and to our peers? These questions, among many others, will be answered as we hear from our summit introduction speaker.
And so, journalists, let's all give a round of applause for the Director of Editorial Oversight and Corporate Affairs, Dr. Nestor B. Ramirez.
Good morning. I know I could not match the inspiring talk of Mr. Bayani Garcia, one of our board of directors and the younger brother of my boss, the president of Sunstar Publishing Inc., Mr. Gahom Vincent Garcia. Okay, so just let me read my introduction to the Junior Journal program. Okay, for those who have been here last year when we first conducted this summit, technically this is a rehash, but I have to read this because this is actually the essence and the history of what we are doing today, what we have been doing since March, and what we will do next year in the near future. The Junior Journal program was born from a simple but powerful moment. A grade 10 student from Abiliana National School noticed, noticed a damaged electric pole hanging dangerously along Virama Street after a vehicle hit it. He reported the incident and Sunstar published the story. Just a day later, the authorities acted, the pole was taken down. That experience was later transformed into the Posti Serie campaign of Sunstar. A reminder that even young voices like you, when amplified through a responsible journalism, through a responsible platform, can spark immediate action and positive change. The students' humble reflection, pwede di ay ta makatabang bisan bata pata, perfectly captured the spirit of what this program is all about. That age should never be a barrier to making a difference. From that single report, the initiative grew beyond anyone's expectation. What started with just a handful of students quickly expanded into a movement. During the Central Visayas Regional Athletic Association meet last year, more than 40 volunteers showed up, eager to learn. At the Palarong Pambansa, the number rose to about 60, and the quality of their work improved remarkably. From simply taking photos and writing captions, this student advanced to producing full stories, showing not only enthusiasm, but also growth, resilience, and the hunger to learn. But the Junior Journal program is not just about producing stories or filling column inches on the pages of newspaper. It is about upholding the timeless mission of journalism to inform, to empower, and to serve the public. Journalism has always been a pillar of democracy. It is a safeguard against abuse of power and a tool for civic engagement. Yet today, that pillar is under siege. We are surrounded by misinformation on social media, the youth, and political controversies, ranging from the overpriced flood control projects to the unchecked rise of dynasties and the so-called Nepo babies of corrupt politicians. In this climate, the importance of journalism is even more urgent when truth becomes blurry, when public funds are mishandled, and when power remains unchecked. It is the duty of the press and those who dare become journalists to restore clarity, accountability, and hope. And this responsibility is not just for seasoned reporters. It is for the young people like you too, who can see problems in their own neighborhoods, who can tell the stories of their classmates, their teachers, their communities, and in doing so, remind the nation that journalism still matters. The Junior Journal program believes that by equipping young minds with the skills of news writing, reporting, and critical thinking, we also plant in them the seeds of courage and responsibility. When a student reports on a damaged pole, or a local hero, or even a community concern, they are not just learning to write. They are learning to lead. They are discovering that their voice can move people, push leaders to act, and make communities better. So today, as we gather for this summit, let's not just about training future reporters. It is about shaping future citizens. It is about ensuring that the torch of journalism, though challenged, will not die out. Because if journalism dies, democracy will follow. The Junior Journal program is proof that the future of journalism lies on the hands of the youth. And if we continue to nurture the youth, guide the youth, and give them space to tell their stories, then we can be certain journalism will not only survive, it will thrive. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Sir Nestor, for that very engaging introduction for today's event. Your words set the foundation for the theme that will guide us with our discussions.
And now we move to a highlight of our morning. This is the part where your ideas meet inspiration and where challenges are transformed into opportunities. Today's keynote speaker has long been a voice in the media landscape, bridging public engagement with innovation and advocacy.
But before we hear from him, let us first welcome someone who will do us the honor of introducing him to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the managing editor for Digital, Miss Laureen R. Mondoniedo. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker today, distinguished journalist and strategic communications leader. Mr. Robbie Alampay is currently the first Vice President for Public Engagement and Corporate Communications at PLDT and SMART, where he oversees corporate communications operations and the implementation of corporate shared value programs, promoting technology and connectivity in communities through sustainable, inclusive initiatives. He is also the founder, the chairman, and executive editor of Puma Public Productions, and concurrently serves as regional advisor for Asia and the Philippines at the International Media Support in Copenhagen. Mr. Alampay also held various leadership roles, such as editor-in-chief of Business World from 2014 to 2019, and vice president of TV5 and editor-in-chief of Interaction.com. He holds a BA in Communications from the University of the Philippines and a Master's in Journalism from Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our speaker, Mr. Robbie Alampay.
Maayong buntag, dagang salamat. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Ilabi na kaninyong mga umaabot nga periodista. Dako akong kalipay nga anya ko diri karon sa Cebu. Pero diri ra gyud kutob akong Cebuano. So I do apologize. I wish I could speak more Cebuano. I'm happy to speak for the rest of the time in English and also a little bit of Tagalog. So pasensya na kayo sa akin. First of all, if you don't mind, and just to disappoint all of you, I really was supposed to be here on behalf of PLDT and SMART. We are so privileged to be the co-presenters of this very important gathering of the future of journalism. But what we were really excited about was to bring to you here Mr. J. Mark Tordesillas. And J. Mark is the former editor-in-chief of GMA News Online, and he is the leading expert on AI and journalism. Unfortunately, si J. Mark had a little bit of a medical situation last week, and he couldn't be here. So first of all, J. Mark sends his regrets to everybody. He really, really wanted to be here. But also, if you don't mind, can I ask all of you to just wish J. Mark a get well soon? Okay lang ba yon? Okay lang? Sandali Ipo-point 6 ko. Tama ba yon? Okay. If I could, at the count of 3, everybody please just shout, get well soon, J. Mark. Okay? Sandali At the count of 3. 1, okay, daghang salamat. Okay. Now, speaking of, I do have a presentation on behalf of JMark at the very end of this. Is one of the most important things that JMark would like to impart to all of you and to invite all of you to. But if I could, next slide please. So ako si Robbie Alampay. I have been a journalist for more than 30 years until I joined PLDT. I joined PLDT just last March. I'm now head of their public affairs and corporate communications, or as we call it, public engagement. But I was happy also to step in and once again to bring my hat and to wear my hat as a journalist dito, no? So the title of my presentation, in one slide back, the title of my presentation is Media and Communication in a Post-Journalism World. And I designed this presentation not just for students, but also for the journalism educators in the room, the teachers and so on. I was asked by the University of the Philippines College of Mass Communication to prepare this presentation a few months back, because things are changing so rapidly, so quickly in journalism, and not just in journalism, things are changing with you. Maraming nagbabago sa inyo on how you view journalism. Diba? Pila sa inyo ang umaabot nga periodista? Raise hands. Pila sa inyo ang gusto talagang maging journalist? Okay, I see a few hands. I would hazard to guess, what? 5%? I would hazard to get 5% of the room. And this is the first thing I wanted to show you. Sige. So kami my organization is Puma Podcast. Every year, we hold a festival. We call it the Maki Fiesta. We hold it at the University of the Philippines in partnership with Quezon City Government, the University of the Philippines. Also, in partnership with Miss Cheche Lazaro of Probe. Sinong may kilala kay Miss Cheche Lazaro? Wala. Sinong may kilala kay Atom Araulio? Ayun. Okay. So si Atom Araulio is also our partner in the Maki Fiesta. And then myself for Puma Podcast. But every year we hold a festival. We call it the Maki Fiesta, a celebration of free expression, democracy, and the creative economy. Last year, about 800 millennials and Gen Zs, your generation, attended for 2 days. And before they came, we asked them, do you belong to the creative industry? Do you belong to the creative economy? Everybody said yes. But when we asked them, to which sector of the creative economy do you belong? Diba? Ito yung sagot nila. This is a word cloud. You know what a word cloud is, diba? The bigger, the more. Diba? Diba? The bigger, the more. And the smaller, less answers. So you see a lot of people said they want to be in video, they want to be in TV, they want to be in film. Some want to be in graphic. Palakpak kayo if you associate yourself with that, di ba? Who wants to be in advertising? Di ba? Who wants to be in fashion? Music? Content creation? Wow, dami. Ito, question. Asa nga ang journalism? Asan? Asa? Yun. Journalism. So there are people who want to be in journalism, but very, very small. Diba? Aray. Di ba? Gamay kaayo, no? Yung may gusto mag-journalism. Di ba? But people say, when we ask them, is it important to you? 100% said, yes, it's important. But when you ask them, do you want to be in journalism? Maliit na maliit. Mas marami talaga ang gusto maging content creator. They want to be in social media. They want to be in film, video. By the way, film, TV, video, radio, malaki silang lahat only because that was the same category. So I'm sure you could further parse that and tell yourself na I want to be specifically in video, not necessarily radio. But that's the only reason why that's big. But the only point here is that is journalism in the context of everybody here. Ay, gamay, no? Gamay kaayo. And I think this is something that our educators should be aware of. And rather than be in denial about it, it is not to say that journalism is not important, but it does raise the question, how do we teach journalism now? Again, next slide. So a lot of us, especially those of us who are in journalism, have been thinking about this a lot. How do we save journalism? How do we save media? And I quote here Gina Chua, who is the editor-in-chief and founder of a very small but very important, very influential digital media platform in the United States. Gina was a correspondent in the Philippines for a long time. She is Singaporean. Gina was also the highest-ranking journalist in Reuters globally for a time until she established Semaphore. And she had this message to all of us about 2 years ago, because we all talk about journalism in terms of a career, in terms of a job that we should secure. And she said, if we think that our mission is to save our jobs, we are missing the point. Our cause is the audience. So even if you don't think of yourselves as part of the journalism community, you are still the audience. And therefore, you still should care about journalism, because you should wonder, where do I get my information in the future? Where will the next generations get their information? How do I know if something is credible and factual and equally important, it is independent? How do I know? And so these are the questions that you should be asking, not just in behalf of somebody who might or might not want to have a job in this field. You have to think about this as part of the audience that knows, I need journalism. We need journalism, especially as the audience. No? So our highest goal is to have an information ecosystem. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Yung kabuuan. We can get information anywhere you want. You can get it from content creators, the people you follow. You can get it from influencers. You can get it from news media. You can get it from film, from documentaries, from videos that you follow, and so on. But at the end of the day, all of them, including our teachers, our education systems, everything, your parents, everybody is part of the information ecosystem. And if your parents are susceptible to fake news, if your grandparents are susceptible to fake news, if social media is susceptible to fake videos and AI-generated videos, then you have to wonder, what is the future for us when the information ecosystem is unreliable? Okay, next slide. So, sino dito gumagamit ng AI? Naman. Yun totoo, all of us, di ba? Sino dito gumagamit ng ChatGPT? Di ba? Lahat tayo. Sino hindi nagtaas ng kamay? Di ba? Hindi, but we use it. At the very least, we all know ChatGPT. We all know, alam niyo na Google Notebook LM? Notebook LM, are you using it? You should try it, really good. That's by Google. If you have a Gmail account, if you're using Google, meron ka na Notebook LM, it's free. Try it also, di ba? But the point is, we all use AI. And we are uncomfortable about it because we are looking for, especially for journalism, what is the use of AI? Is AI just to fool people? Is it just to pretend that it is real? Is that what AI is for? In journalism, we're really concerned because a lot of content pretends to be real when it is fake. At the same time, we also want to use it for newsrooms because it is cheap, and also because we could use it to tell stories. We could use it to make our content more compelling. The danger is always thinking, but how do we do this without fooling our audience? No? And again, this is Semaphore. I-play lang natin. So let me just set this up. So this is a video. This is a news video prepared by journalists from Ukraine. No? And, wait. Not yet. So this is in Ukraine. And they're talking to people in a neighborhood that was bombed by Russia. No? And, sige, let's play it.
Здесь как раз конкретно, здесь была серая зона, это была нейтральная полоса. Вот там
It was a neutral zone. There on the right was the Ukrainian army. I'm reading the caption. There on the left was the Russian army. And here in the middle, bombs and finds flew.
Бомбы, мины, бомбы, мины, бомбы. И так вот.
And it's like that all day long.
Сосед мой пошел.
There was a car here.
Аккумулятор, вот здесь вот была машина.
My neighbor told me in the evening, I will go take the battery out of this car.
Все телефоны сели, света нет. Я говорю, не надо, ты что? Но тем не менее, наверняка он пошел.
Okay, stop.
Он пошел на следующий день.
Okay, now question. And next slide, please. Question. Did you see AI there? Yes. Which part of the video was AI? The car, the explosions, the burning rubble, diba? The crumbling buildings. But now, next question. Do you think that that was a powerful and reliable depiction of what was happening on the ground? Does it matter? It matters, di ba? And it matters in this regard. What they did was they took the testimonies of people. They interviewed people. What happened here? And all of them mentioned the bombing was all day, the planes we could hear the whole day, and almost everybody mentioned there was a car. There was a car burning in the street. And question to all of you, what was the car? What color was the car? And again, I ask you, does it matter? It doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter, as you saw, that it doesn't look realist. Because they had no intention of making this look real. Diba? In fact, they made it clear to everybody, nobody will ever mistake this for a real video. Diba? No one. What was the most important thing in that video, in that story? Sige. Stand up. That testimony. The most important thing in that video was what that man represented. Was the man real? Yes. And he was speaking on behalf of many people who said the same things. So what's the point of that video? We can use AI. Journalists are using AI. But the first thing is, be transparent. We have to be clear to everybody that we are not using. So one, you're transparent that we're using it. At the same time, you're saying, this is obviously is not real. Di ba? And equally important, ang pinakamahalaga pa rin dito yung tao. Di ba? Don't get distracted. In fact, had I not asked you, would you really think, is that AI or not? Or, saan kayo nabitin? Na makapanood ng animation? Or to hear more of what he wanted to say? You wanted to hear more about what happened. And so the human being and the human testimonies is still more important than the technology. Next slide, please. Hit play.
Ang AI kayang automate o commodify lahat ng skills and roles except those of, tawagin natin, the accountable and the hunter-gatherers.
Okay. Next slide, please. So, this is an AI-generated video. Obvious naman, di ba? And then, did you hear what he said? Sinabi niya, ang AI will take the place of many things in journalism. And it will take the jobs of many people in media. That's what we mean when he says that it will commodify. Di ba? It will commodify means, it's like rice. It's like sugar. It's like everything you take for granted. Di ba? Sobra siyang malaganap that even if you have to pay for it, it will be so cheap. Yeah. So you will still need it, but it will be so cheap. And so he said, there are two things. And by the way, AI yun. Ako nag-generate nun. So when I say he, I'm saying it. Yeah. In my mind, there are two things that will never go obsolete and that will never be commodified. So sinabi niya, in everything, it will be commodified. And this is a bit hard to hear and to listen to. But let me say it as a journalist, as an editor, as a publisher. Writing will be commodified. Editing is already commodified. Who here has used ChatGPT to fix their papers? O, yung mga nagtaas ng kamay at saka yung mga hindi nagtaas ng kamay. Everybody has used ChatGPT. And even if you don't think that you've used AI, the reality is if you use Google Docs, and even offline, if you use Word, di ba? Word is already editing your sentences for you. It leaves a red mark where you misspelled. It leaves a red mark when your grammar is wrong, and so on. So we all have been using AI already, whether you admit it or not, or whether you are even aware of it or not. But editing will be commodified. Who uses Canva? Diba? Design is now commodified. Video and audio editing and engineering. Software is now so powerful. Diba? Who has ever edited a video? Who has ever edited audio? Okay. When I was starting and I was taking my master's at Columbia, I had a class in radio editing. Yeah. Sino dito, sino may alam kung ano ang cassette tape? Okay, mga teacher, magtaas kayo ng kamay. Diba? Ang cassette tape. Diba? Dati, for me to go from one sound element to the other, I will literally pull the tape, yung mahabang tape, I will pull it, I will put it on a table, and you know how we used to cut audio together? I will get a cutter. Di ba? I will get a cutter. Kakat ko yun, and then we will tape it together. Ganon dati. Now, the tools for you, CapCut, Premiere, di ba? Final Cut Pro, or whatever else you're using, Descript, kung ano man ginagamit. It's so easy. Di ba? You can do it on your phone. But that is now also. Illustration, graphics, design, archiving, all of that, down the value chain, all of this represented people when I was growing up, and all of this will either be replaced made obsolete, or commodified by AI and technology. So anong matitira? Anong matitira? There are two that will never go away. One, sabi niya, what I call the accountable. Ano ibig sabihin ng the accountable? What is accountable? Are our senators accountable? No. No. What does accountable mean? Are our DPWH officials accountable? They should be, di ba? They should be. We'll get to that later, di ba? Are you accountable? You're accountable to whom? Your teachers, di ba? Your teachers, are the teachers accountable? Yes, dapat lang. They're also accountable to you. They're accountable to your parents. If you're in a public school, your teachers are accountable also to taxpayers. Di ba? Ang ibig sabihin ng accountable, pwedeng managot, di ba? Dapat managot. And in a newsroom, in a media company, or any career that you go to, the accountable will never go obsolete. Why? Dahil pagka nagalit ka, dapat meron kang pwedeng sakalin, di ba? In the context of our media, di ba, kung meron kang sinabing mali, the powerful people say, kailangan meron akong pwedeng ihabla. Di ba? Kailangan meron akong pwedeng ipatawag sa Senate hearing. Di ba? Kailangan meron akong pwedeng sabihin, sino bang may kasalanan dito? And that person will never go obsolete. Why? Because as your teachers told you, you can never blame AI. Di ba? So I don't care how you came to submitting your paper. If you submit something, who's accountable? You. If you submit something plagiarized because ChatGPT created it, who's accountable? You. Ikaw pa rin. Di ba? If your teacher passed that without checking, who's accountable? You and the teacher. Di ba? So the accountable in a newsroom also will never go obsolete. So if you don't have to be the highest, you don't have to be the publisher, you don't have to be the editor-in-chief. If you're a reporter who submits it, that accountability preserves your integrity, it preserves your job, it preserves your role, it adds value to you. So when you write up your CVs, that's important. You put it, I am an accountable person. I will always be accountable. Diba? So you write that. So that will never go obsolete. The other one is what I call, so the accountable is at the very top. It's at the very top not only of organizations, but it's the very top of our values. And it's the very top of our values because hindi maluluma yan. Diba? Because ChatGPT and AI can never take accountability away from you. And ChatGPT and AI will never say, ako ang accountable. That's not true. Diba? You can go all the way to the boss of Microsoft and they will say, we are not responsible for what ChatGPT told you. Diba? And then at the bottom of it is what I call the hunter-gatherers. You know the hunter-gatherers, diba? You've heard that term? From history, from prehistory, diba? Hunter-gatherers before we had agriculture. Diba? How did people survive? They went out to hunt for animals, for food. They went out to gather for plants, for things, for vegetables, for fruits. So that's why we call it hunter-gatherers. Before there was agriculture, we were hunter-gatherers. And ganun din ngayon. Hunter-gatherers will never go obsolete. Next slide, please. Yeah? And why don't hunter-gatherers go obsolete? In the parlance of journalism and media, these are the reporters, these are the correspondents, these are the community journalists. These are the people who will go out and talk to other people. These are the people who can smell. ChatGPT cannot smell. But people can smell pollution. You can smell poison in your rivers. You can smell insincerity. in another person. You can smell dishonesty. You can smell motives of people. Diba? And so the hunter-gatherer has all of this. Yung hunter-gatherer, pwede makikain sa ibang tao. Pwedeng makiinom ng kape habang nakikipagkwentuhan. Diba? These are people who can knock on doors. These are people who can say in times of a disaster, kamusta po kayo? Ano pong nangyari dito? So the hunter-gatherers also will never go obsolete. Next slide, please. And I wanted to bring you to this slide. And like I said, magpasalamat kayo. This is by J. Mark Tordesillas. J. Mark, who was supposed to be here. J. Mark was a fellow at Harvard University about 2 years ago. He was a Nieman Fellow, which is one of the most prestigious fellowships in journalism that you could have. It basically just means you can be in Harvard University for 1 year, attend no classes, and attend any class that you want. Not just you, but your wife also, or your spouse, or your girlfriend, or your boyfriend. Both of you can stay in Harvard for 1 year. You can take any class that you want in Harvard University and MIT. And you don't get any grades. Diba? Heaven. And J. Mark used that time because he's also a computer science. He's been a journalist all his life, but his degree was actually computer science. So there is no better person, quite frankly, in the last 3 years na sinuwerte ang mga Pilipino that somebody like J. Mark attended Harvard University at the time that ChatGPT and AI was starting to explode. And in that 1 year, one of the things that J. Mark did was he created what he called the budget bot. And the budget bot is basically just his own use of ChatGPT. And he wanted a tool that he could give to journalists. Something really powerful, diba? Something really powerful that they can use so that we can make use of all the information available to us. So what did J. Mark do? He uploaded 5 years of the Philippine budget. 5 years of the Philippine budget. Oh, no. So you can go to ChatGPT and doon sa plugins, di ba? You can, GPTs, you can search for the GPT for budget bot and you can use it. So he uploaded 5 years. He tested it. Every time there was a hallucination, he could go back into the code because ChatGPT will tell you what ChatGPT. See, ChatGPT is a she sa akin. So he asked chat ang tawag ko kay Chat. And every time she would make a mistake, J. Mark would go into the code, understand why did she make a mistake, and then he can fix that. Until finally he was happy that it would no longer hallucinate. The point is he wanted to create a tool for all of us to converse with our national budget over 5 years. And you can do that. You can chat, di ba? Especially in this week, you may have many questions. So I uploaded that, and then he asked things like, what do we spend on agriculture? What do we spend on farm-to-market roads? Diba? And then J. Mark also happens to be a really, really big basketball fanatic. So he asked Chat, diba? How much was spent on covered basketball courts in the Philippines in the last years? Who can guess? These are covered basketball. And no judgment, no judgment. Because you can go to any barangay, a covered basketball court is not just a place for basketball. What else is a basketball court used for? Events, that's right. For the youth, di ba? You can use it to practice your dance routines if you need to have, di ba? You choreograph your dance routines there, your school performances. What else? disaster response. Diba? Pagka may nasasalanta, the basketball court with its shelter is important and they bring people there. So there's no judgment there. But he was curious. How much? And it was, I'll make up the numbers right now, but it was something like in 2024, the Philippines spent something like 4 to 5 billion pesos. 4 to 5 billion or 4 to 6 billion pesos in covered basketball courts. Yeah? Okay lang. Again, no judgment there. And then he told Chat, paki-graph across DPWH districts who had the most basketball courts, or where was the basketball courts, both in terms of numbers and in terms of cost. So on the x-axis, you see here how much was spent on each court, and on the y, you see the number of courts. Where is the majority of the projects? Where is the majority? Diba? Divide this into 4 quadrants. Lower left, lower right, upper right. Where are the most of the projects? It's here. Diba? So kita natin. Diba? If this is 20 million, this is number of projects. If that's 200 million, 100 million, so yan yung mga, about 20. So nakikita natin yung projects. No? So in this barangay, we don't know what barangay that is, or that's about 20 projects, or in that DPWH district. To be clear, these are DPWH districts, not congressional districts. But you can imagine the overlap. No? And you could see that the majority is here. Some are here, mas maraming ginastos, mas marami yung projects, a little here. And then what else do you notice? Ayun! You see that? What's your question? Anong tanong nyo? When you look at that? Huh? Why so many courts? Diba? Because that's about 100 plus courts. Diba? Ano pa? What else? Ano pang tanong nyo when you see this? What makes you curious? Huh? Who else? Ano? Walang tumatakbo na tanong sa inyo? Yes. Sige. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, what's the question?
Hello.
Bakit daghan ka? Bakit daghan kaayo? Okay.
Bakit sobrang dami na
Bakit?
tapos lang?
Okay.
Why is it so many when technically it's just like only a district area? So like there are a lot or about kanang it's dag.
Yeah, okay. Understand.
Why is it like the cost is so much when it's just a single
Yeah, it's one district.
Yes, it's too much for a single district. So like that's my question po.
Yeah, okay. Good. So, bakit ang dami? Di ba? Daghan kaayo. Di ba? So, why? Ano pa? May question dito ni ma'am. Di ba? Are those even real projects? Di ba? Your question is, are those ghost projects? Or are they? We don't know. This data does not answer that. Ano pa? Yes?
I guess another question that comes to mind is who thought that amount of covered courts was necessary? Why do you, what's it up with 100 plus courts in the single district? Who thought, yeah, we need this much courts?
Okay. Yes.
And to add up, sir, why so many covered courts when there are many problems in the barangay which are need to be focused on?
Yes. Okay? And there can be many answers to all of that, di ba? Di ba? Okay. So let me say a few things. So the data will not show, will not answer all of your questions here, but these are all fantastic questions, di ba? And that's the point. Hindi niyo ba tinatanong kung sino yan? Can you actually see it from behind kung sino yan? Can you see it from behind kung sino yan? So first of all, this was about a little more than 1 billion pesos for a little more than, you're right, more than 100 courts. This district, according to JMark, nung inano niya, this district, he looked it up, has how many barangays do you think? How many barangays? The data doesn't show. The data will not show. But this district has 35 barangays. So if you do the math, that's almost about 3 basketball courts. 3 basketball courts per barangay. And here's the answer on sino yung winner. DPWH to hindi congressional. I have to say that. Okay? But you do the math and you do your own. This is the DPWH Second District Engineering Office in Sorsogon. Now I leave it to you to ask the next questions. But here is JMark's point. Here is JMark's point, which I think we all proved here. This is where AI ends. You can get ChatGPT to create these numbers. You can get ChatGPT to create impressive graphs and so on. But it ends here. And the questions that you have of, first of all, is this even real? We cannot answer that. You can ask ChatGPT all you want. And if you want to be accountable, you know for a fact that ChatGPT can never give you that answer. Right? So you want to know who are the proponents. You want to know how is it being used in good faith. Maybe there's a lot of disasters. Maybe a lot of people are using it as a cheap alternative to a full-size gym. Maybe people are using it, to shelter animals. We don't know. Diba? But the only way you will know is if hunter-gatherers, not just journalists, but members of our community, ato nga community, sabi ni Mr. Garcia, if our communities go out and actually walk and actually take pictures and actually interview people, what is happening in your communities. Could you go back, Des? Could you go back to that word cloud? To the word cloud. Diba? And so this is where I wanted to end also. JMark makes the point that when you do things like this, you could do wonderful stuff with ChatGPT, you could do wonderful stuff with AI, but it will end at some point. And it will end where we have to go down to the communities and be with our people. It will end where hunter-gatherers have to go back to our communities and talk to our people and empathize and ask and have real conversations and be with our people. Not only because our people need you, young people, but also because we need our information ecosystem to be reliable. Whether you call yourselves journalists or you call yourselves content creators, or you call yourself videographers, or you call yourself designers or architects or engineers, in the future, all of us are part of the information ecosystem. All of us should be hunter-gatherers. Where is Saldico? Where is Saldico right now? Who knows? Wala kayo sa internet? Where are we? He is in which country? Spain. He is in Spain. How do we know that he is in Spain? Because Filipinos are everywhere in the world. They are in Singapore, they are in Dubai, they are everywhere. They are in the airports. They are manning their services. And we have millions of hunter-gatherers. And it's not journalists who are telling government where he is. It is people acting as hunter-gatherers, saying, I have a little bit of information, I have a little bit of information, and we can contribute. Diba? And that is the future for all of us. We want accountability for our people. We want accountability for our government. We want accountability for our leaders. We want accountability for the private sector. We want accountability for big conglomerates. We want accountability for our roads and so on. We all have to be part of the information ecosystem. And I wanted to end with this. Everything after... Kinsa ninyo dinhi ang gusto nga mahimong contractor. Yay! Kinsa ninyo dinhi ang gusto nga mamihong district engineer ng DPWH. Yay! Diba? Pero kinsa ninyo dinhi ang gusto nga mamahimong periodista. Don't know. Pero kasi kinsa ninyo dinhi ang gusto nga mamahimong parte ng information ecosystem. And all of us are that. Whatever you call yourselves, whatever career or job you pursue, you are part of this mission. We all have to be hunter-gatherers. And we all have to share that information with each other. That is where AI ends. And that is where not only journalism, but citizenship begins. Daghang salamat.
Hello. Wow. What a powerful keynote that was.
That was amazing, don't you think,
Yes,
Sean?
absolutely. Thank you very much, Sir Roby, for reminding us that technology may advance at lightning speed like the rise of AI and ChatGPT, but the human touch, the curiosity, the ethics, and the courage remains irreplaceable.
Truly, Sean. And now, let us hear the insights of our distinguished panel reactors. They come from diverse backgrounds, but they are united by one thing: the belief in communication, storytelling, and the role of truth in shaping communities. Each of them brings with them a wealth of perspectives that will make our discussions even richer.
And so with that, may we call on Miss Mildred Galarpe, Editor-in-Chief of Sunstar, to formally introduce our panelists for today's event.
Round of applause, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. For our panel of reactors, I'd like to call on Dr. Nestor Ramirez. Dr. Ramirez is the Director for Editorial Oversight and Corporate Affairs of Sunstar Publishing, Inc., a journalist, and a teacher. I think daghan estudyante si Sir Nestor dinhi. Asa mga estudyante ni Sir Nestor dinhi? Agoy, perfect attendance. Pwede na ni sila ma-exam sa 7 a.m. nga class for oral recitation. I'd like to call on Ms. Dr. Ramirez Our next panel, our reactor is Carlo Santos. Yes, Carlo has a colorful career spanning 35 years. He started his career as a journalist for Business World, covering the following beats: stock market and publicly listed companies, Department of Defense, Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the Philippine National Police, House of Representatives, and the Senate over a period of 3 years. He then shifted to marketing research and analytics, working for global agencies, TNS and Nielsen, where he led a client engagements to help improve their products, services, brands, and their businesses. At Globe Telecom, Carlo has come full circle, marrying his journalism analytics and client servicing experience as a senior director for sustainability and corporate communications, dealing with media analytics, communication strategy, policy advocacy, and the rollout of advocacy programs of Globe Telecom to the public. Our last panel of reactors is Ms. Agripina Givilondo. A heritage advocacy, I think si Ma'am Agripina, you can watch her sa Palmgrass, and there's really a lot of interesting things that you will find out about our history. Descendants ni si Ma'am Agripina sa mga Katipuneros. Can we call on Sir Roby again to the stage? Okay. For our panel of reactors, we are giving them 10 minutes to react to the speaker's talk earlier. So we'll start with you, Sir Nestor. For the reaction, you have 10 minutes. Mike, please.
10 is too long. Gamay. Okay. I'm so happy that we have a very eloquent speaker that I really could relate. No? Somebody from the academe. Okay. So, yeah, it was really clear, and I even learned a lot from it. From the start, we don't design the Junior Journal program to make you all a journalist. Okay? When I first came to Sunstar 4 years ago, the first thing that I did was to read the company profile, the code of ethics of the company, because Sunstar is a 43-year-old company. So, yeah, and then in the 2004 version of the Code of Ethics of Sunstar, I read the foreword of the founder of Sunstar, Attorney Jesus Garcia Jr., that state that for journalism to thrive, there are three things. There are three things that every company like Sunstar should push forward. And that is to create authentic journalists. I believe that used to be under the domain of the academe. Not until after the pandemic that the enrollment in journalism schools and communication schools terribly dwindled. So when I was with San Jose Recoletos, grabe kayo among first year. Now that I'm teaching part-time in the University of the Visayas, ang among first year, first na kong pagtudlo na ara sa 12. The following year, nahimong 15, nahimong 20. Karon, I'm happy nibalik na into 30. And the next is authentic communities, and the third is history. What Junior Journal is trying to push is the creation of authentic communities, not the dictionary meaning of what is authentic. Because we are a community, we are authentic. But what Attorney Jesus Garcia wanted to convey is to build a community that understands the role of the journalist, the relevance of journalism. And the third one is history. We have to create authentic journalists, authentic communities that understands the role, the importance of journalism, so that history would be to our side. And I am very happy, and I am learning. No? Even if I am a teacher, I have a doctorate degree with just one short, powerful talk. I am learning, and this summarizes everything. The term is the hunter. No? The hunter-gatherer. We could not accommodate you all in Sunstar, but you could all write in Sunstar, no? One at a time. There's so much of you that even the entire industry could accommodate. We could not provide work, but all of you could be the hunter-gatherer. All of you could report to us. We will amplify your voices because gamay raman mi. Gamay raman ang journal. But all of you is embedded in the community. That is what we really wanted to do with this Junior Journal program. To make you all realize that you are part and parcel of the problem. If you don't speak out, if you don't gather information, if you don't highlight information, then we will all live a miserable life. I hope that as young as you, no, you can already remember, imprint that in your mind and in your heart that journalism is not all about working in a media institution, but being critical, being aware, and ready to point out the wrongs, no, committed, especially by those that we put in power. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Can we call on Sir Carlo?
Hello. Mayong buntag. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sunstar, for having us here. So Robbie actually talked about a lot of things, and if we're going to talk about everything, I think it's going to take the whole day. But I want to focus on certain things, especially from your perspective and my perspective in terms of artificial intelligence. So what is, Robbie was talking about what AI is and the bad things it can do. But I also want to talk about AI and hype on the good things that it can do, right? First and foremost, I think, if everyone is using AI here, it was very clear kanina when there was a discussion and Robbie asked you to raise your hands. Everyone is using AI. Or if not, you will start using AI. Because one reality is AI will be here to stay, right? The discussion now is about AI, ChatGPT, but the next iteration is coming out, agentic AI, which is if you think about it, di ba, kilala niyo si Iron Man, right? And kilala niyo si Jarvis. And the next set, di ba, the next iteration is actually similar like Jarvis. That it's automated in the sense that It can think on its own, and if you give it goals, then it will pursue those goals. Yun. That is, from my perspective, a tool. Similar to how when you had the typewriter, right, coming from yung sinaunang pagsusulat of a journalist or a reporter, you came out with a typewriter, it made the journalist more efficient. Then you came out with a camera, right, and the video cam, and it made reporting wider because you had broadcast. Then you came the internet, that everyone started becoming a journalist on the website and calling out, issues, disasters, anomalies, and then it made it wider and bigger. And it actually, created that information age. So the way I look at AI, that is a tool for you to use. That is a tool for journalists to use, right? To make your life and your work more efficient and more effective. And what is the difference, siguro, if you think about it from as a tool? My thought is that AI will not necessarily replace journalists. It will enhance the work of the journalists, the reporters, because you will have more information at your fingertips, right? Kung ngayon Google lang siya, when you do Google, right, and you start to search, pero mahaba yung isa-search mo, you can come out with like more than 1,000 entries when you do your Google search. However, with AI, it now puts it into a framework. It condenses everything, summarizes everything, such that it makes it easier for you to use. Ngayon, if you look at also, from that perspective, it can never replace journalists, because journalists will have I think, the biggest factor, the ethical and moral, ascendancy to actually call out what is right and what is wrong. AI, as of now, does not have that level of ethics, right? It can churn out data, it can churn out figures, it can churn out facts. But making sense of those facts with an ethical background, it's still not there. What it can come out with in the future maybe would be new jobs around AI specific for the information age that will actually help the journalists and media in terms of reporting news faster, better, more efficient, and more accurate. Yan. And I think as a parting word to the talk of Robbie, I think it's also very clear that, I just want to call out what he said. Accountability actually starts with everyone. It starts with us, it starts with you. Now, if you are firmly rooted in your ethics, in your values, then definitely, that complemented with AI will work for you. Regardless if you will become a journalist, a content creator, or be part of that information age that we're calling out. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. 2 points. Both Robbie and Carlo were former journalists, and if you listen to their insights, mupatigbabaw gyud yung being a journalist, right? Can we call on Miss Agripina for her reaction?
Maayong buntag sa tanan. So, I am Agripina from Palmgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. And I don't know if some of you have joined our discussion last week with Sunstar Editor-in-Chief Mildred Galarpe and also Connie Fernandez of the former CDN Editor-in-Chief. And we discussed about the evolving media platforms and their impact in social change. So we are so happy. Palmgrass has been involved in the Cebu Press Freedom Week celebrations. So we are so happy. I am so happy that the culmination of the Cebu Press Freedom Week 2025, and it is now the 34th year of celebrating the Cebu Press Freedom Week, It is culminating with the gathering of the bright minds, the future of journalism, and it is you. So congratulations for celebrating the Cebu Press Freedom Week 2025, the 34th year of the Cebu Press Freedom Week, to remind every one of us how important and how powerful the press is. So we also thank our speaker today for his insights about AI and the information ecosystem, and also our another reactor, Carlo, our speaker Robbie. So if you have seen our discussion also last week, so throughout history, so Palmgrass has this advocacy that the young people should know about our past. And it is, we should be able to know our identity as a people. We should know how our ancestors were led a golden, that we have a golden past. Our ancestors, the Visayans, were the terrors of the seas in Southeast Asia or in Asia in the year 1100s. Our ancestors in the Spanish period fought against a powerful colonizer, the Spanish colonial rule, for 333 years. And did you know that the power of the press can already be seen in the 1896 revolution against Spain? What was the publication of the kagalang-galangang, kataas-taasang kagalang-galangang katipunan ng mga anak ng bayan? What was the name of the publication? Were you there in the discussion last week? Wala. What is it? What is the name? What is the name? We should know about our history, and we would be able to see that the pen is very powerful, like the sword, or is mightier than the sword. The sword would not be powerful without the pen. What happened to the, unsay name sa publication? La Liga, patay ba history teachers? La Liga Filipina was the organization, Andres Bonifacio was a member of it. When La Liga Filipina by Dr. Isa Rizal was disbanded, Katipunan was formed, and they had a publication. La Solidaridad is the propaganda movement. Patay, mag-discussion talig history sa Philippine press. So anyway, La Solidaridad was by the propaganda movement in Spain. So anyway, Kim, wala na akong 10 minutes, time's up. So the Katipunan's publication was Kalayaan. Its date of publication, that the date of publication was January 1, 1896, but it came out in March of 1896. How many members did the Katipunan have before the publication of Kalayaan? According to the National Commission for Culture and the Arts website, there were only 300 members of the Katipunan before the Kalayaan was published. After it came out, 5 months after the Kalayaan, Kalayaan only had one issue, 8 pages, 2,000 copies circulated. How did the Katipunan grow? The membership had a whooping 9,900% increase from 300 members. The Katipunan membership grew to 30,000 members in just 5 months after Kalayaan was published and circulated. So that's how powerful. So Katipunan, the Katipunan was very instrumental in the freedom of our archipelago from Spanish colonial rule. So we could free a country by just the pen, but also with a sword, because they had an armed revolution against the Spanish colonial rule. So the media platforms changed. We had print, we had later television, radio, television, broadcasting. Now we have AI. We have seen how powerful AI is. You can actually, I use it. I would ask AI, search for this research document about this paper about heritage and history, summarize the points, put the credits or put the references, and it could do it. But according to Mildred last week, but could AI interview a vendor who is suffering from the livelihood has been affected by things happening in society? The AI could not interview people. They could not go to the streets and ask the government for change. So as I end, because my time is up, I don't have a timer in front of me, so I guess. So I would remind, I would like to, I was also a campus journalist, and during our time, even in the campus, in high school and in college, so we really even with the administration in our school, at that time at UP Cebu, it is unlike today. The administration would be the ones who would ask the students to go out and ask for accountability from the government. In our time, it is the students who would remind the administration that we need a higher budget for education. We need to address the situation in society. So the role of the campus press is very important for social change, and you should not forget about that. So you should go to the people, what is really happening to society, and your pen, your phone should be instruments for change, and not just for clout or not just for your prestige, but you would have satisfaction and fulfillment as a journalist, as a campus journalist, if you will be able to create, because of your pen, your phone, or your words, you'd be able to help create change in society, and you'll become the new warriors of this society, like how our ancient journalists did, the revolutionary journalist of the Katipunan. So daghang salamat o maayong buntag. Malipayong pagsaulog sa ikakatluan o 34th? 33 pa day. 33rd ikatluan og tulo ka tuig nga kasumaran sa pagsaulog sa kagawasan sa pamahayag. Daghang salamat.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to our reactors. You know, I am blessed because in my years in journalism, I grow up and seeing the transformation. And in that transformation, technology plays a key role. Like, gikan sa typewriter, sa una kanang typewriter among gamit, we use the typewriter, and because my fingers were small, it always sometimes end up in the space in the middle. And it's painful, so I was able to find a smaller one, and it has a good ribbon, so what I usually do before I go home, I took the ribbon and hide it somewhere so that when I report to the office the next morning, that typewriter is reserved for me. Then there was the computer, you know, the green screen before. I know most of you have used that. So from computer, and now we have the mobile phones. In this transformation, technology plays a key role. And then even in doing reporting, before when we do backgrounds, we really have to go over the previous newspaper's issue to check the background or the issue. But now, information is just in your fingertips. So, AI is a tool to help us improve our writing, but it's not meant to replace us as journalists. It's a model that is still learning and young, so it really depends on what we're feeding to the model. It's garbage in, garbage out. Now we proceed to Q&A. Anybody with a question? Questions? Okay, wala pa may question, ako'y question. Okay, this question is both for Carlo and Robbie. With AI and with technology where everybody basically giving away personal information, you know, when you log in, you use your personal information, and AI getting the history of the searches, and even eventually understanding the tone and, you know, the language. What is also your advice to the young people in terms of digital security?
Ang mo question mo
So-
kay mga students mo.
Hello.
Ilang?
Hello. Fine. Yeah. For digital security, I think we have to recognize that cybersecurity issues are actually one of the biggest threats. You know, as technology evolves, cybersecurity threats will continue to evolve, right? It will become more sophisticated, it will become more complex, and it will be harder to detect. So even if you look at the scams right now, a lot of the scams right now, for example, are using scams now with SMS, right? And then they penetrate the legitimate SMS message of companies like BDO, Globe, Smart, PLDT. But it actually doesn't come from us, right? So the technology is evolving. And we have to be very careful about that. So if you talk about your data privacy, you need to be very careful what you share online, because what you share online will stay online. So if you share, for example, your name or any other detail in social media, and that's there for everyone to see, then you can be a victim of identity theft. If you share more information, and I guess this is very relevant, especially for the youth, such as nude pictures, right? Nude videos. And if that's you or someone you know, then that is, even if you delete it, it's still out there somewhere in storage. Because so there is such a thing as a digital footprint, and that is something that you should be aware of.
I'm speaking now as PLDT, no? I won't repeat everything that was already said. One is you already know that anything you do or transact or post online, it's there. You can say your posts are private and it is not but you might as well assume that it is public, diba? So you start with that. The only thing I will add and request all of you is first, this audience, I feel, actually already knows how to be careful. The real question is, what do you do to help all of us, to make all of us safer? And one thing you can do is to teach your parents and to teach your elders and your grandparents, because we know the data shows that the older people, you're asking us as older people here, but the reality is the people that we represent are more vulnerable to cybersecurity risks and challenges than you, diba? So that's the first thing. And the one thing that you teach them and that you remind yourselves, speaking of the information ecosystem, which then includes our security ecosystem, the most vulnerable link or the most vulnerable part in our information and security system is what? Do you know? So mahaba yung mga nangyayari sa internet, di ba? Sa mga digital, sa mga every time you text and so on. What do you think when you think of that as an ecosystem, or as, what is the weakest part of that system? What is the weakest element? What is the weakest link in our information, in our transactions? Is it passwords? Is it OTP?
OTPs.
Is it the programming? Is it the coding? Is it the platforms? What's the weakest link? The weakest link is the human. You are the weakest link. Karamihan ng scam is what we call social engineering. Do you know what social engineering means? It means you're not engineering technology. You're not manipulating.
Thank you, Roby. Questions? One?
Since we are talking about AI, do you think that AI detectors are accurate?
I personally will never trust AI detectors, and I'll go back to what I presented. There are two things. I have two frameworks for if you're going to use AI, and I say this to it. Even if your organization, your school, your family, your company has no guardrails, no rules, no policies. Ang sa akin, you always start with just two principles to guide you in behavior. The first is transparency. No? Let's be honest with each other. If you're using it, just say it. Diba? The second rule, as I already said, is accountability. Diba? Whatever you submit, ikaw yung bahala dyan. Diba? Now, we have AI detectors supposedly to try to cure both. It will force you to be transparent even if you don't admit it. And it will give you accountability even if you don't want it. Diba? In both cases, my argument would be, I will assume that AI detectors do not work. Why? Because all of you are smarter than AI detectors. You know that. Maybe you haven't told your teachers yet, but I personally know and assume that you are smarter than AI detectors. Now, so for me, both for you and for your teachers, it is better to assume that it does not work. And you assume that so that it forces the education system also to rethink, how should we teach? How should we change the way we teach, and how should we change the way we learn?
So actually, I've used AI detector. And I used AI detector to check the things that the staff would submit. I mean, I actually, those who I interview to, those applying for work, I asked them to write. And I asked the AI, and the AI would say, AI detector would say, 20%, only 20%, 80% is AI generated. And then, and then, of course, the AI detector would say, do you want to humanize? Maybe the AI detector thought it's my work. So the AI detector would ask, do you want to humanize what you wrote? And then, of course, you have to pay. And then, so AI, you need to pay to the AI detector app for it to evaluate so many articles. And then, of course, you can also ask AI to humanize an AI-generated content, but you need to pay. But then, of course, you would know if it's AI-generated. You would know. And then, so, diba, it's really not good to be dependent on AI for everything. So, even if I don't use an AI detector, I could detect. I would tell my multimedia team, you are so dependent on AI. You draft without AI. If you want AI to help you, you feed all the information that AI needs. But then I and then they don't use AI anymore. And I would say, let AI check your grammar before submitting to me. Did they pass through AI? Put it back to AI. Ask AI to check your grammar. So AI could help with grammar. But AI, most of the time, if they don't have the data, they don't know. They would fantasize. It's fiction. So you need to put in the real data. And you need to research like face-to-face interviews and of course data gathering, the hunter-gathering stage. So of course, but for previous information that are already like in the internet, research publications, AI could summarize it.
Carlo, you want to?
Yeah, I don't think they're, I don't know, they're accurate. In all honesty, because ChatGPT and the others, the other AIs, are actually evolving, and the speed of evolving of the evolution of AI is such that it's actually quite hard to catch up. So if you have a fact checker or a tool that's trying to catch up, it's gonna take some time for them to catch up to something. And in all honesty, for me, if you're going to rely on a AI, AI detector, I don't think, especially the teachers, I don't think that's going to work for you in the long run. If you're going to rely on that to check if you can, pass a paper that's not going to be detected, at the end of the day, it's not going to work for you. AI is still at that stage where it hallucinates. So you still have to check all the different sources where it's pulling the data, because just one wrong data source can actually mean, your paper being called out, right, and getting failing marks.
Okay, I do encourage my students to use AI. Whether we like it or not, we're in a stage that we could not do away with AI. But I always encourage them, to use AI as a research tool. Write your draft. And I always tell them, it's either you use AI, you use a chat GPT generated submission to me. I have my way of checking it. How? During oral recitations. Kana ra, mahibaw-an ra. So, use AI to your advantage. Use AI to enhance what you have here. Because what you learn, what you have in your head is irreplaceable. Ask AI to enhance your ideas, not use AI to do something that you later on would claim as yourselves. So Sir Robbie was really right in saying that I don't mind if it's AI generated, because I always assume that your submission, I will make you accountable for it. It is you. It is you who signed. It is your name that is there in the article.
Thank you, Sir Nestor. I have another question for Sir Nestor lang. There was, in Sunstar, we have a campus perspective. It comes out Saturday for Sunday. It's a contribution by young journalists. So there was one who wrote a column that says the student researched the article well, maganda yung pagkagawa, but when the teacher receives the article, it was just brandished, this is AI. It's kind of dampening the creativity of the students and just tag it as AI if it's well written. So I know you have your way, but how would you encourage students na, as you said earlier, it's just a tool, but still keep your creativity intact?
Okay. In a way, I always tell this to my students. Take pride in what you do. Own the content that you produce. Meaning, I'm not directly telling them that, or I'm not directly busting them that this is AI generated. But I do encourage them to write on their own. And maybe, yeah, after that, run that through ChatGPT or Grammarly to check your grammar. So we can get a lot of insights because even before ChatGPT, we have been doing that through Google. No? Before Google, we have been doing that. What I mean is research. Before Google, sa una mo, Google lang ta. But before Google, what we did is, we go to physical publications, books in the libraries. For me, that's actually the same. As long as we know how to credit and how and cite the ideas that we lifted from a source, especially if it is not our own. So I was so enamored with the forewords of the publisher of Sunstar that even until now, everything I do currently, I always go back to Sir Sunny's authentic journalist, authentic community, and history. It's a good framework. But I do always mention that it is not mine. I enhance it, but because of course, that's our way. We have our own brain. We can analyze things. But as what many has said, nabuhat na ang tanan. And all we have to do is enhance.
Thank you. Would you like to add, Robbie?
Yeah. We've been thinking about this a lot, and there's a lot of reflection, specifically about writing. Diba? When we say, may AI detector ka, and when you say that you're trying to see, did the person actually write this? There's a lot of bias and cultural prejudgments that we have. And everything centers around writing. So I will quote J. Mark again. And this is just from the perspective of journalists and newsrooms. And he said, and masakit to pakinggan for journalists and for newsrooms. But for journalists, what if writing is not really the most important thing? What if writing was never the most important thing for what if we think that's the heart and soul of being journalists, of being newsrooms, of having media? We think that's the most. What if it's not? What is more important than that? The truth is more important. Facts are more important. People are more important. The lived experience of people are more important. Research is more important. All the way to accountability of a person is more important. So think about that. We spend so much time wondering, how can I catch somebody if that person is using AI? When that's not really the question. The real question is, did you really talk to these people? Did you go to our communities? Nakisalamuha ka ba? Did you talk to more than one person? Did you get the other side? Diba? All of those are actually more important than writing. Diba? The second reason I bring that out is because there are use cases, I think you've found, where AI actually really helps us as human. Email. Let's say you don't want to be a journalist, you want to be an engineer. Diba? You want to be a doctor. Do you really need to learn how to write beautiful prose when you really just want to communicate to your patient or to your client what's happening. Lawyers all write the same way, the same boring and tedious way, because they are taught by law schools you have to write this way so that we can all be very clear and understand each other. Our emails have all started to sound alike because we all want to be polite, we all want to be proper, and so on. If you're doing sales and marketing, why do you need to know how to write when ChatGPT can craft you a very good proposal? But some things are more important there. What are you proposing? How much is it? What does the client get in return? And so on. In your own life, your message, in your chat groups, in your Viber groups with your family, before you say, "Tita, ang gulo-gulo mo naman. Puro fake news na lang ang pinopost mo, tita. Tita, bakit ka ganyan bumoto? Ba't ka ganyan mag-isip?" Think and say to yourself, that is not any way to speak to my tita or to my tito or to my lolo or my lola. I think it's a legitimate use case to tell ChatGPT, how do I tell my tito, how do I tell my elders that I am concerned about the information that they are getting and that they are sharing? How do I say this in a way that they still feel that I love them, I respect them, I care for them, but most importantly, that they will be open to the possibility na, naisip niyo po ba na baka mali kayo? Di ba? I've used ChatGPT to frame it that way. So very often, when we ask ourselves, I think we have to ask ourselves, what are we really saying? Di ba? What if writing is not the most important thing?
Very good question.
Okay, let me add something. That's a very wonderful point. Okay. When I started with journalism in 1998 with Cebu Daily News, okay, Sunstar has always been a well-equipped a competitor. At the time, when we were starting, there were only a few of us. But Sunstar has double, triple the number of reporters. Okay? So we innovate. We tap radio reporters to be our correspondents. Radio, the medium of Sunstar is as of CBN is English. And radio reporters are reporting in the vernacular. Okay, we tap some of the radio reporters to be our correspondents, to be our reporters. But the problem is with the writing, because they don't have a good facility in framing the story, especially in English. But what can we do? What can we do that all the information, the details that they submitted to us are truthful? So we allow them to write on their own, but they took 2 to 3 hours to finish writing a 4-paragraph story, police story, a 2,000-character story. It's very short. So later on, we realized that one editor said, okay, could you just dictate to me the details and I will be the one to write? So technically, in that case, writing is not actually the most important thing. It is the details, the truthfulness, the authenticity, of the details that you have gathered through your interviews, through the blotter, and through the testimonies of the people you talk in the field.
I wanted to stop because this gets me going and it leads me down the... But when you think about, I'll even be more specific. When we say that, are we using AI or are we detecting or are we catching people using AI? And then when we say, masyadong magaling, alam ko paano magsulat yan, di naman ganyan magaling. What we're really saying is not that they're bad writers. What we're really saying is, ang ganda ng grammar. Perfect yung grammar. And again, you have to ask yourself, well, how important is grammar? Even before AI, we had copy editors, we had writers, we had and you will not believe how bad the grammar of even English writing reporters can be. It can be very bad. Terrible subject-verb agreement. They mix their there. The tenses are all wrong, but the reporting is top-notch. And we have copy editors whose full-time job is just to check for grammar. They are now absolutely 100% obsolete. Obsolete na lahat yon. Literally, I am happy for the best copywriters that I knew, that I am literally happy that they are all now in heaven. Because naunahan nila to see their own obsolescence, but they are already obsolete. But the other thing that we have to think about, why I always say, and I always push back, even on my friends who mock and belittle other people and say, alam ko yan, yung office mate ko, hindi naman magaling magsulat yan, hindi naman talaga ganyan yung grammar niyan. Hindi ako gumagamit ng ChatGPT and yet alam ko yung grammar ko na maayos. I always tell them, you have to check your privilege. Because English in this country has never been a mark of intelligence. English in this country is a mark of privilege. It is a privilege that you go to good schools. It is a privilege na sinuwerte ka, that when you took your English class, you got the best English teacher. It is a privilege that when you go home, your parents can speak to you in English. It is a privilege that you have subscriptions to cable TV and you're watching English movies and your English streaming services, whether it's Netflix or HBO. It's a privilege. But the majority of our people did not have the benefit of the best English teachers. That's just the reality. We have committed teachers in the public schools who will teach you all the right things, but it's true. And then children from public schools will go home to parents for whom English is not a primary language. Not only that, we saw it in COVID. You had children who went home to illiterate parents. So when you think about it that way, people who say, I will always look down on people who use AI are actually keeping a barrier there. If AI can democratize all our access to the good jobs and just show off the fact that I am smart, my English may not be the best, but I am smart, I really think that is an argument for us not to look at AI, but to look at our privilege and the inequities in our education system.
Thank you very much. More questions there. There's a question. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? Sige, una muna siya. Nabigay na yung mic. O sige, go ahead.
Is there a possibility that AI can potentially be integrated as a necessary measure to determine a student's capabilities?
Come again. Slowly. Kasi from our end here, hindi masyado marinig klaro. Sige, slowly.
Is there a possibility that AI can potentially be integrated as a necessary measure to determine a student's capabilities?
So what you're asking is predictive AI, right? So if I understand it correctly, you will ask the AI to say, is this student good or, right? Tama? Okay. So remember that AI works, how it works. AI is based on data, right? Data can be longitudinal, which means it spans over years. Data can be from different sources, social media, right? Any other open source type of data and whatnot. At this point in time, AI does not have that capability to measure you and our each individual person's potential. Kasi that it can only look at, so I think there's bias there, no? If you look at the data, right, the data might be bad. I'm not sure. So look at it from this way. There is a student, he fails or he doesn't really, do good in class. But in the future, he becomes a millionaire because he starts something. Look at Mark Zuckerberg, right? The people who did not graduate but yet are billionaires. So asking data to predict, a child or a student's potential is actually quite dangerous. And I don't think, there's an ethical dilemma behind it. Will you condemn a student or a person to something bad because the history is bad? You don't give them that chance to improve. So I don't think that's ever going to happen.
I will just keep going back to my framework. Transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability. In between those two, you will find the answer to all of your questions. So first is transparency. You want to know, can AI somehow be used to force the transparency of students, di ba? Kasi ang na-imagine ko sa tanong mo is, can a teacher use AI to detect whether something is something that you actually wrote? And at the same time, can a teacher use AI to grade the quality of what you wrote? Yun yung na-imagine ko. And in both cases, I would argue that one, transparency takes care of the first question. You have to ask, di ba? Did you use AI? How much did you use AI? And that will still be a political decision on the part of the teacher. Di ba? Will the teacher believe? Will the teacher, anong basis niya for saying na hindi naman ikaw nagsulat niyan? And if the student says, well, ako nagsulat niyan, pero pina-edit ko for grammar, that's a negotiation that will have to be done also transparently. And then on the other side, accountability. The student has to be accountable in what he or she submits, but the teacher has to be accountable on how he or she will grade. So if the teacher then jumps to the conclusion na AI yan, or if the teacher doesn't care about whether it's AI, but says, ang grade niyan 70, or ang grade niyan 99, di ba? The teacher has to be accountable for that grade. So that if there is any question, how did you arrive at this grade? It's the same thing. The teacher can never blame AI. The teacher cannot say, dinaan ko sa AI, sabi ng AI. Then the teacher is not teaching. Diba? And the grader is not grading. So that's what I would always remind. Transparency and accountability.
Thank you.
So actually, I have something. Actually, I have read a few months ago that there is already a school that already trains AI and not anymore admitting human students. So there is a course and a department abroad which is no longer accepting human students but is training AI. And they are training AI because if they would train students, the students will just ask AI to do things for them. So we don't know the future. So maybe the future AI would be able to really evaluate the students. I think the question was, would AI be able to evaluate the students? So maybe when in the future, AI would already be so smart because the humans have trained them well. So your answers, your write-up would just be entered into AI and AI would evaluate you. Would teachers be now obsolete?
I know it's taking long, but I believe this is important, especially that there are teachers here, no? Asa nga itong mga teachers? Teacher! Isa kamot? Okay, dahil sa tubangan sila si ma'am. Okay. It's actually, well, AI is new. everything is blurry. No? Everything is blurry. So it's really up to the individual teacher. Okay? This is just my appeal. Let's not devilize AI because AI is there to help. It is still the teacher. Okay, just let me share with you, no, how I do it. Of course, I use AI for my research. I use AI to improve my slides. No, because my slides, I've been teaching for the last 12 years. And then I already have slides for the subjects that I've taught. But admittedly, there were things that were not included on my slides. But it could easily be substantiated if you conduct research, if you use ChatGPT, naadig to tanan. Okay, I use AI for my slides, but there is no substitute for a teacher explaining the concept. It's still human, it's still you. It's just the teacher acquiring knowledge, relating it to experience, and explaining it to the students. Why char? Why pretension? No? And if you want to make a genuine assessment of your students based on your lecture, what I did is that every after the roll call, I do a short quiz in essay. Okay? And the answer to the essay, single essay question based on the previous day's discussion should only be contained on one side of a one-fourth sheet yellow pad paper. Why? On the part of the teacher, dali ang pag-check, dali ang pagbasa. Okay. Why on a one-fourth yellow pad paper? Because it should be handwritten. So meaning if it is handwritten, it comes from their head. No, it would assess whether the students learn or show their takeaways from your previous discussion. Am I using AI? Yes, especially in the tabulation of grades. No? I'm lucky enough that the University of the Visayas is subscribing to Blackboard, wherein we teachers will only input the data that Robbie has mentioned. It's all about data. And it's just in one click, after the semester, there will be the grade. Isn't that AI? Yes, it is. But AI could not do anything without the data. AI could not compute the grades without the actual assessment, without the actual test taken, stirred by the teacher. So, naaragod gyapon na sa maestro. And I know our educational system is not yet ready for this. So muna ingon na to, iyahay lang yung tag-diskarte as long as we can attain the ultimate goal of teaching, which is to impart learning on our students. Whether the student learn it from AI or from the teachers, as long as the student could genuinely implement that on real life, then for me, it's still learning.
Thank you. I can accommodate 2 more questions. Then, ano na ta? Start na ta sa on the record. Irish.
Hello. 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 So, am I allowed to ask regarding about
closer na lang. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer.
First of all, thank you for giving me a chance to ask a question. And am I allowed to ask a question about something that's not the concept of AI? Thank you. So, in September 21, this year 2025, people have protested about the DPWH accountability for the flood control project, stopping the corruption in our country. So, press medias have covered those protests, and it stated in their articles that those rallies are peaceful. Yeah, it implied there that those rallies are peaceful, though it implied there also that some policemen were injured and some rally persons who joined the rally are badly injured because of those rallies. But there's no serious cases about someone who's badly injured or have been affected so much. But as tons of videos pop up during the night in the social media, just right after their post, police have done something and those persons who's in rally have also done something. So it's basically like there's somewhat a messy situation during those times. So though medias covered the peaceful part, but the messy part of the protest has not been really indented, isn't this like stopping the information or like covering important details that the mass must know? With this, I'm going to ask, how can journalists like us stop situation like this? It's basically like censoring informations like.
So the premise of your question is media failed to report or media did not report?
It's basically like though media's covered the peaceful part, they didn't indented that those messy situations in our country have not been indented.
Brett, let me answer that. Okay. I can only answer on behalf of Sunstar because I'm from Sunstar. Yeah. I fairly understand your question and I fairly understand your concern. Okay? But on the context of Sunstar as community newspaper, no, peaceful man gyud ang atong rally diri sa Cebu. Wa man gyud ano. But in Manila, dito man gyud ang binunalay na magay usa na matay. Yes, at atong tanawon, let's distinguish asa man. Kung mayong ka in the context of Cebu City, wala man gyud. So peaceful, sakto gyud to siya. But if a Manila newspaper or a legitimate media entity, no, trying to hide that detail of the story, then they would be accountable for it. So maura gyud na accountability. And in this industry, importante kaayo, our biggest investment is our credibility. Nobody would buy, nobody would read, nobody would put advertisement on our paper if we are not credible enough. Yes, I do agree that there are mainstream media that did not accurately, the one. But for Cebu newspapers and Cebu media, peaceful man gyud tinuod kay wala man gyud ta. We Cebuanos are really peace-loving individual. We can get the message across. We can bring up the issues that we dislike in a peaceful and meaningful way. So for me, it doesn't apply to Cebu media kay sakto man gyud, peaceful man gyud ta. It was accurately reported, no? Conscious gyud ko ana kay because it's my responsibility in Sunstar, editorial oversight. Sila si Mildred as editor-in-chief, they prepare, they process, and in the following day, I look at it. If it is fair enough, wa makaviolate og ethics, kana siya, ingana lang.
Okay. Muad lang ko gamay ato. Also, we have to consider kaning this kind of news. Did we visit the legitimate media sources? wala ba ta nagsalig lang sa feed nga nigawa sa atong social media pages. So I think usa na siya sa kanang pero so far sa pagkakaroon I can fairly say Philippine press is the most free among Asian countries. So wala may censorship. I think the next day it was all over the national media ang katong kagubot dito sa Manila. The last question? The last question, Irish. Hold on. You know what? I know there's a lot of questions, but we need to start the on the record in a while. So I can only accommodate one question more. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mabuhay, I'm Chris Lawrence Muslon Alvarez from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. And my question would be, as AI is rampant and relevant in our country and in the whole world right now, do you think that the government should regulate it? Why or why not? Thank you.
So should there a need for government to regulate its use, as in in any industry, any sector?
Yes po, especially in journalism as well.
Okay.
I think it's a legitimate question. We have everybody has to, but from my experience, and I'll wear again my hat as a journalist. We shouldn't default to regulation. One, it's always hard to implement. It's actually quite unwieldy. Try, di ba? Subukan nila. It won't work. So people will find a way around it anyway. So one, I don't think it's realistic. But more fundamentally, on the side of the citizens, we have to be careful every time somebody raises the proposition of can we regulate this, or to an even greater extent, can we censor it? I would always remind people to be cautious about what you ask for. There is a line that I always quote. So we talk about not just AI, but even social media, di ba? And admittedly, sa ating lahat, nakikita naman talaga natin, di ba? Nakikita natin yung deepfakes, nakikita natin yung mga problema. We personally know people, all of you personally know people who have been doxxed. You personally know people who have been insulted and unfairly judged and prejudged. You personally know people who have been ridiculed on platforms. And so we all then say, oo nga, kailangan siguro may regulation yan. Kailangan siguro dapat ma-censor yan. Or hindi pwedeng completely free yan. Nandun na tayong lahat. But then you have to jump to the final question. Because the final question will be, after we all agree that, great, these are the rules, these are the criteria, these are the categories, and these will be the mechanisms that will be triggered every time something is unfair or wrong or malicious or ano. The final question is, who will decide? So you can get behind the question of regulating and censorship, and you will have valid concerns. But I guarantee you, whatever the answer is to who will decide, I guarantee to everybody here, it will not be you. You will not be the one to decide. Not anybody here. Not only that, I guarantee that you cannot nominate me one person, not a single person, that I will agree with you should be that person. And that's where you have to, that's where we have to take the discussion.
I would like to share also that even if you don't regulate AI, there is a regulation regarding cybercrime and cyber libel. So if you have malicious intent, it's the same as in the media ethics. if there is circulation, publication, and if identification, and also the malicious intent is very hard to prove. But then that's cybercrime is when you publish something or you take a photo or record someone and you publish it without the permission of the person, you would be accountable. It's cybercrime. So, and of course, the deepfakes, it's cybercrime. So, we would still be accountable. But then, so of course, we still have freedom of the press, and we fight. There should be no law that would abridging the freedom of the press. So we still fight for the press, but we fight for truth.
Actually, I have the same thought with Agrippina. I don't think it could be regulated, and I'm not in favor of regulating it. But I want to penalize any person who will use AI to fool anyone, like deepfake or whatever.
So I'll just add to that. Currently, there are three policies around AI that's being circulated. One is with the Department of Education, the other is the Department of Trade and Industry, and the other is with the DICT. Those are independent policies on how to use AI, and the reason why they're coming out with that is that there is a recognition that AI can be a tool for good, but also a tool for evil, right? So the guardrails are really meant to be guardrails. They're not meant to be regulation as of now. So the policy that they're looking at would be to ensure that the users of AI will use it ethically and responsibly. Now, in the future, will there be regulation? There is already regulation in the European Union in terms of the use of AI. So if you're coming out with AI art, for example, then you have to declare it's generated via AI, and then you don't own it. You cannot pass it on as your own work. It's as your own intellectual property. Again, the rules there is because you are protecting the rights of the individuals, right, in terms of their creative expression and their creativity. So you want those guardrails, right, but not so tight that you cannot actually experiment. We're starting with AI, right? It's becoming an indispensable part of everyone's lives, but we're just starting. And you don't want to stifle that creativity in how to use it because we're just exploring the potential.
Just to add, I think we already have existing laws that provides guardrails in terms of intellectual property. So even if you say, oh, I got this from AI, but it is your responsibility as the one who got it from AI to make sure that you are not violating intellectual property. Diba? So, dili pwede na maingon, nobody will sue AI. It's the person who uses AI. Okay, so I think that ends our Q&A. Would like to thank our speaker and our panel reactors for an insightful discussion.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing such thoughtful and inspiring reflections. I'm sure that just like Sean and I, all of you have gained new perspectives and ideas to bring back to your schools. And also, I would like to thank you, our fellow journalists, for asking bold questions. Every question you asked was an act of curiosity and courage. And sometimes, the bravest questions even led to the best discussions. As we close the first half of our summit, we've already gained so much insight from our speakers and activities this morning. We've been challenged to think deeper about journalism and its place today in this fast-changing world.
We now proceed with the second half of the summit, which is the drum rolls, please. The On the Record. May we call on Miss Mildred once again to help us understand what exactly is on the record.
A round of applause, please.
Okay, on the record. Everybody excited about on the record? Yes. So for all those who joined the TV Prod, believe ko sa mga students sa TV Prod. During my time, mahadlok mi mo face sa camera. But sila ready to face the camera. There was one, Ellie, Easy, our MC. She's into broadcast. 4 voices, 1 output. Iya ang OBB, iya ang commercial, iya ang anchor, iya ang news. Talented kay ni atong mga young people. That's why Sunstar Cebu's Junior Journal program have for the first time the On the Record. It is designed to promote media literacy among aspiring young journalists. It consists of months-long training sessions covering various journalism disciplines such as news writing, feature writing, sports writing, photojournalism, and TV prod. And hopefully by next year, hope to see you again. We will have radio broad at the same time. We also have key topics include fact-checking, ethical reporting, and the role of media in information dissemination. For the TV prod track alone, On the Record trained 19 schools, 97 students, and 57 teachers in its inaugural training sessions. Each training sessions offers students a dynamic learning experience from sharpening writing skills to live reporting simulations where they gain confidence facing the camera. The program is both educational, teaching the process and responsibilities of journalism, and practical, giving students hands-on newsroom experience. So, why it matters? Through On the Record, Sunstar Cebu prepares students early in the principles and ethics of journalism, instilling the values of truth-telling, community service, and responsibility. Should I proceed to the criteria? Okay. For the On the Record, we will award 3: Best Newscaster, Best Reporter, and Best Newscast. For Best Reporter, these are the criteria for judging. 30% for Best Reporter niya, 30% for content, accuracy, and depth. 25% for clarity and structure. 20% for relevance and news value, 15% for writing style, 10% for originality. For newscast, 30% for newscasting, 25% for news content and accuracy, 20% for reporting and storytelling, 15% for production and teamwork, and 10% for overall impact. Now for the Best Newscaster, 30% is for delivery and articulation, 25% stage presence and confidence, 20% news understanding, 15% engagement and impact, and 10% professionalism. So I will introduce our panel of judges. Timing kay si Ma'am Nida sa pag-abot. So, ang first nato si Ma'am Agripina. Ato naman siyang na-introduce earlier. So, multitask niya ang atong speakers and panel reactors from discussion. Now we go to the judges. So, we have Sir Carlo here and Sir Robbie. And of course, we have Nida Avineda Isguera. Dili ni siya strange to journalism because si Nida is the station manager of Love Radio. Favorite music radio, sorry. And former po ni siya sa ABS-CBN. Katong, di ba, nani siya makakita ko niya ani sa TV before, si Nida. So, are you ready to start? Oy, namoy contestant? So ready na ba ang mag-una, no? Ang mag-una nato, we have more like ito, we have 19 schools. Sa 19 schools, we have 5 schools ni qualify for this. So ang number 1 is the Immaculate Heart of Mary Academy, followed by Cebu City Don Carlos Gothong Memorial National High School. Then we have Abiliana National School and napa si Estec and AIT. Karon dieng buntaga mapasalamaton ta sa Don Carlos Gothong sa mga lingkuranan nga inyong gilingkuran and this wonderful podium here in front. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Mildred, for helping us understand the true essence of On the Record and sharing its criteria and mechanics.
Indeed.
But before we proceed to the second half of the summit, we would like to use this opportunity to thank our sponsors, namely Gmall as our venue partner, Visayan Electric and Smart PLDT, our co-presenters for today's Campus Journalism Summit.
And our gold sponsors, Globe and Palmgrass, the Heritage Hotel, and KNOP Law and Roncalles Customs Brokerage as our silver sponsors.
And additionally, we would like to thank IPI and Bioderm, along with Cebu City Don Carlos Gothong Memorial National High School for the chairs for today.
Now, while you are enjoying your lunch, we will now start the On the Record contest.
This afternoon, we're set for another meaningful sessions and activities. If the morning opened our minds, the afternoon will surely inspire us to take action. And now we come to the moment of truth, Sean. This is where words meet action and where the skills of our young journalists will shine in real time. Contestants, this is your chance to prove that your training, passion, and creativity can come alive under pressure.
I couldn't agree more, Izzy. This contest isn't just about writing. No. It's about thinking fast, writing sharp, and capturing stories as they unfold. And while it may sound a bit intimidating at first, let's remember that challenges like these make us grow not only as journalists, but most importantly, as individuals.
And while our contestants are at hard work, Sean, let's continue to cheer them in spirit. Because at the end of the day, we're all winners when we choose truth, integrity, and creativity.
Agreed.
But before that, we'd like to give honor to our board of judges.
First of all, we have Mr. Roby Alampay,
Mr. Carlos Santos,
Miss Agripina Givelondo,
and Miss Neda Aviniante Esguerra. Good luck, journalists, and let the contest begin!
Saubos rin daw sila. Lahapod. Kasi ba, mic ka? Wala. Kisay first. B, kisay first. B, ikay first. Ikay first.
Hello.
Kisay second. Siya. Hello. 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 Hello.
Mic test
Hello.
1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. 2, 3. Mic test.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning, Cebu City.
Good morning, Philippines.
You're now tuned in to IMA Connect, your trusted source of news that keeps you informed and connected. I am Sasha Alexa G. De La Torre.
And I am John McLeod. Today we are here to bring you top stories from around the country, spanning across local news, field reporters, showbiz, sports, and weather.
Here are today's headlines. Diskaya faces scrutiny over alleged car.
Roby Alampay rethinking media in the age of AI. History made as De Guzman completes a three-peat at the Philippine National Badminton Open.
Opang intensifies, residents are urged to keep safe and alert. And Heartthrobs M5 serenade their way to the spotlight and Mr. and Miss High School 2025.
We'll bring you full reports on each of these stories. First up, our local news team has the details.
For local news, let's now turn to Rachel Santa Maria, who has more details on Senate prop against Diskaya. Rachel, any updates over there?
Manila businesswoman Sara Diskaya faced questioning before the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee on Monday, September 1, 2025 in Pasay City. Lawmakers pressed her about owning a fleet of luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce, Maybach, and Bentley, and her dealings with a car dealer allegedly tied to smuggling. Senators questioned how the high cost of these vehicles match her firm's declared income, while Diskaya explained that some cars were bought through installment. The committee is also probing the link between the car dealer and smuggling investigations. I am here with Ms. Diskaya. Can you state how many luxury vehicles you currently own?
So I currently own 28 luxury cars under my name, and all of which were purchased legally with proper documentation.
Vehicles? Thank you, Mrs. Diskaya. This has been Rachel Santamaria, the voice of the heart. IMA Connect.
Thank you, Rachel, for that informative news.
And now in Gmall, our field reporter, Faith Siago. Faith, what's the latest update over there?
We are live here at Gmall Cebu at, for now, Roby Alampay, founder and chairman of Puma Public Production and executive direction of Puma Podcast, led a presentation on media and communication in a post-journalism world. The talk highlighted the role of artificial intelligence in shaping news in media today. Quoting Gina Chua of Semaphore, Alampay stressed that journalism's mission should go beyond saving jobs. Its true responsibility is to serve the audience and protect the information ecosystem. In the end, the presentation left a critical question for everyone to talk about. Is AI a threat, or can it be a tool to strengthen journalism's true mission. This is Carol Faith Sayago, the voice of the heart.
Thank
Ima
you, Faith.
Connect.
Thank you, Faith, for such a great coverage. Moving on, in sports, history made as De Guzman completed a three-peat at the Philippine National Badminton Open, and highlights, key plays, and post-moment strategies are here with Sean Irvin B. Alenday. Sean, tell us more about the game.
Yes, Macloyd, history has indeed been made as De Guzman completes a three-peat at the Philippine National Badminton Open. Live here at the Rizal Memorial Badminton Hall, we just witnessed a thrilling women's singles finals at the 2025 Philippine National Badminton Open. Defending champion Micaela Joy De Guzman faced off against Crystal Ray Fuentespina in a match that kept the crowd buzzing. De Guzman's speed, precision, and powerful smashes gave her the edge, but Fuentespina fought back with smart rallies and fearless returns. In the end, De Guzman held her ground, taking the match in straight sets, 21-13, 21-18 to claim her third consecutive national title. This victory not only highlights De Guzman's dominance, but also reflects the gaming level of competition in Philippine badminton. With rising stars like Fuentespina pushing the pace, the future of the sport looks brighter than ever, promising more exciting battles in the years to come. Here I am with the champion. De Guzman, how are you feeling right now?
I am grateful for those people who supported me in this journey. Thank you.
Sean, how's the atmosphere going over there?
But it's elect here, Macloyd. Every smash, every rally has them on their feet. This energy is unbelievable. This has been Sean Irvin B. Alenday, the voices of the heart, Ima Connect.
Thank you, Sean. Truly a big win for the Philippines. Now the latest weather update with CJ. Typhoon Ophong continues to disrupt sea travels in Cebu, affecting hundreds of passengers. CJ, what's the latest update now?
Sasha, here is the latest update. Today, on September 27, severe tropical storm Ophong is over the coastal waters on Santa Cruz over occidental Mindoro, while Santa Cruz Mindoro, while Santa Cruz Mindoro with winds of 110 kilometers per hour with a gust of 150 with 150 gusts of 150. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. It seems like we have to get ready for the upcoming typhoon, folks.
That's true. The best way is to stay at homes, stay safe, and keep yourselves informed.
And now for our showbiz news. Heartthrob M5 serenade their way to the spotlight in Mr. and Miss High School 2025. We have Mary Gilfranda reporting. Mary, how's the crowd going over there?
Sasha, I am live here at GMO Cebu. Excitement as they finally got the chance to be up close with their The rising boy band lit up the coronation night with their smooth vocals, electrifying moves, and undeniable charm. The group composed of Neil Chan and Marias serenaded the stunning candidates with the stage in youth, confidence, and artistry. Dubbed as Minglanit very own Heartthrob, M5 prove why they are making scene in the local scene. And at the moment, Sasha, I am here with the of M5 Neil. I ask you a question, Neil. Message, would you like to
Hello everyone. To my very loud and active fans here with us today. We just want to thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. You guys really boost our confidence during our performance. It gives us the strength to push harder and to dream bigger. You guys are not just our fans, but we treat you as our family. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Moving on to Jams, what challenges did you face overcoming while starting as a boy band?
So we overcame challenges by staying united, pushing each other to grow and never losing our sight of our dreams. The struggles only made us stronger and more determined to prove ourselves.
Thank you so much, M5. And that is the Showbiz Update. This is Mary Hill Fronda, the Voices of the Heart, IMA Connect.
Thanks, Mary. Looks like the students had a fantastic night.
And speaking of fantastic nights, it's only 89 days before Christmas.
That's right, the Burmans are here, which means paroles are up and Christmas songs are probably in your playlist.
You know it's getting serious when malls are playing Christmas songs in September.
It is a season of Thanksgiving, family, and food. Even with the challenges such as the Typhoon Ophong, the spirit of Christmas gives us hope.
So get ready because the countdown has officially begun.
This is it for today's IMA Connect.
Stay informed, stay inspired, and always stay connected, Cebu City. This is IMA Connect, bringing you the stories that truly matter.
Stay tuned, stay connected.
Only here on IMA Connect.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono. Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono. Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
tagapagtaguyod ng katotohanan.
Tinig at lingkod ng bayan.
Mapagpalang araw, Pilipinas!
Mabuting umaga, Cebu.
Araw ng Sabado, ika-27 ng Setyembre, taong kasalukuyan. Ito si Vince Alibong.
Inyong kaagapay, Francine Taladua.
Ito ang Pulso ng Sambayanan.
At para sa mga balitang aming tinutukan ngayon. Black Friday protest, inilunsad laban sa korupsyon.
Sunstar Junior Summit, binigyang diin ang malagang paggamit ng AI.
Mga OG kontrabida, mamayagpag sa Kontrabida Academy.
LPA sa Silangang Mindanao, magdadala ng pag-ulan.
Carlo Paalam at Ira Villegas, pubuhati ng Philippine Boxing Team. Para sa Pulso ng Sambayanan, ihahati ni Marshall Roquinaza ang pinakaunang balita sa araw na ito.
Sa People Power Monument, tinatayang 300 ang nakaista sa isinagawang kilos protesta ng iba't ibang grupo bilang bahagi ng Black Friday protest laban sa korupsyon. Nadialintana ang mataas ng sikat ng araw at pinawagan nila na may managot sa mga manumalyang flood control project. Nagmartsa ang sari-saring grupo mula EDSA Shrine na naging simbolo ng mapayapang revolusyon noong EDSA People Power 1, papunta rito sa People Power Monument bilang pagkundina sa isyu ng korupsyon. Kasama ko ngayon si Representative Antonio Tinio ng ACT Teachers Party List. Sir Antonio, ano po ba ang masasabi mo ngayon?
Kailangang harapin ng Pangulo ang sarili niyang responsibilidad sa korupsyon. Yung mga budget na pinag-usapan natin ngayon, from 2023 to 2025, inirmahan niya ang lahat ng yan. That is the President's budget. Kaya ang punto natin ultimately, budget yan ng Presidente. May pananagutan at responsibilidad ang Presidente.
Salamat, Sir Antonio. Asahan naman ang mas malaking pakikilos sa susunod na linggo sa Luneta. Vince, Francine, naging mapayapa naman ang sinagawang kilos protesta rito at pinapatupad ng polisiya ang maximum tolerance. Marshall Roquinaza, naghahatid ng boses ng katotohanan dito sa Pulso ng Sambayanan. Balik sa iyo, Francine.
Maraming salamat, Marshall.
Sunstar Junior Summit, binigyang diin ang mahalagang paggamit ng AI. Ang buong detalye ng balita ay hatid ni Muse Ubalde. Muse?
Hinikayat ng tagapagsalita ng Sunstar Junior Journal Summit ang paggamit ng AI ng may integridad at layunin partikular na sa pagbabahagi ng balita. Sa talumpati ng keynote speaker na si Robbie Alampay, pinigyang diin niya ang kahalagahan ng pamamahayag. Ayon sa kanya, I need journalism, we need journalism, na kapag nawala ang tunay na pagbabalita, mawawalan din ng saysay ang demokrasya. Ang gawain ito ay nagsilbing bahagi sa pagtatapos ng Press Freedom Week, isang pagdiriwang na naglalayong bigyang halaga ang kalayaan sa pamamahayag at itaguyod ang papel ng mga mamamahayag sa lipunan. Idineraos ang kaganapang ito upang bigyang daan ang mga kabataan na nagnanais maging peryodista. Sa panahon ngayon, malaking gamitin ang AI bilang kasangkapan upang hindi mawala ang diwa ng tunay na pagbabalita. Inaasahang magbibigay inspirasyon ng kaganapang ito upang mas mahubog ang bagong henerasyon ng mamamahayag na maging boses ng katotohanan. Mula rito sa Gaisano Mall, ito si Muse Ubalde. Inihahatid ang ulat para sa boses ng katotohanan dito sa Pulso ng Sambayanan.
Muse, tapos na ba ang pagtitipon?
Vince, hindi pa dahil kasalukuyan pang ginaganap ang patimpalak sa TV production.
Binabati namin ang kung sino mang magtagumpay sa patimpalak. Maraming salamat, Muse.
Sa larangan ng showbiz, mga sikat na kontrabida ang tampok sa bagong palabas na Kontrabida Academy.
Nasampal ni Gladys Reyes, binara ni Mylene Dizon at napatumbas sa matitinding linya ni Tiffis Romana. Ilan lang yan sa mga iconic na eksenang dapat abangan sa pinakaunang all-kontrabida na pelikulang ito. Hindi lang sa showdown ng kamalitahan ng pelikulang ito, dahil sineselebrity nito ang mga iconic contributors sa mundo ng Philippine showbiz.
ang Country Vida Academy pinagbibidahan ni Bobby Forteza at Eugene Domingo. Kasama ang mga batikang kontribida tulad ni Michael De Meza, Odette Can, Raz Cortez, John Garcia at ang kontribida queen na si Celia Rodriguez. Mapapanood ang Kontribida Academy sa mahigit 200 bansa sa Netflix. Inyong royalty na maring kachismis, Shalyn Consuelo, laging tandaan, chika lang, walang personalan.
Maraming salamat, Shailene.
Silipin naman natin ang lagay ng panahon na ihahatid ni Aliyah Bindiho. Aliyah?
Para sa ating ulat panahon sa araw na ito, may namumuong low pressure area sa silangang Mindanao na magdadala ng ulan at thunderstorms sa ilang rehiyon ng bansa. Sa Cebu City, magiging maulap ang kalangitan at aasahan ang mihinang pag-ulan sa umaga at posibilidad ng thunderstorm pagsapit ng hapon. Tatama sa 31 degrees Celsius ang pinakamainit na temperatura ngayong araw at bababa sa 25 degrees Celsius pagsapit ng gabi. Medyo maaalinsangan dahil mataas ang halumigmig. Makakaranas ng tuloy-tuloy na pag-ulan at pagkulog ang Eastern Visayas, Caraga, Davao Region dahil sa LPA. Samantala, sa Luzon at iba pang bahagi ng Visayas at Mindanao, mananatiling bahagyang maulap ang kalangitan na may panandaliang pagbuhos ng ulan. Katamtaman hanggang maaalon ang karagatan sa Eastern Visayas at Mindanao. Pinapayuhan ang mga mangingisda at maliliit na sasakyang pangkaragatan na mag-ingat sa papalayag. Paalala po, magdala ng payong at mag-ingat sa posibleng pagbaha lalo na sa mga mabababang lugar. Aliyah Bindiho po nagpapaalala sa inyo na umulan man na pagsubok sa inyong buhay, magpatuloy ka lang sa paglangoy hanggang makaahon. Sa pulso ng sambayanan.
Maraming salamat, Aliyah. Malaga nga na lagi tayong maging alerto sa lahat ng pagkakataon.
Sa larangan ng pampalakasan, Rhea Libong nga nawang balita.
Sa balitang palakasan, bubuhatin ni na Carlo Paalam at Ira Villegas ang Philippine Boxing Team na kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa International Training Camp bilang paghahanda sa 2025 World Championships ngayong darating na Setyembre sa Liverpool, England. Nakatakdang sasama si 2024 Paris Olympic bronze medalist na si Ira Villegas sa women's team sa kategoryang 51 kilograms habang si Carlo Paalam na ang 2020 Paris Olympic champion natin ay mangunguna sa men's 55 kilogram division. Ang SEA Games medalist na si Risa Pasoy, team consultant Don Aptec, coach Naldo Galido at pati na rin ang kanilang physical therapist na si Paulo Reynoso ay nakatakdang sasama sa training camp ni Villegas at Paalam. Inaasahan rin na susunod sa England training camp sina Ronald Chavez Jr. sa mga darating na araw at sa oras na maprubahan ang kanyang mga dokumento. Ang papalapit na championships ay bahagi ng paghahanda ng mga Pinoy boxers na nagsisilbing isa sa mga qualifying event para sa magaganap na 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. Live rito sa Sheffield, England, Rhea Libong sa pulso ng sambayanan.
Salamat sa iyong sports update, Ray.
At yan ang mga balitang aming inihanda ngayong Sabado. At kami ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong pagsubaybay sa ngalan ng buong pwersa ng pulso ng sambayanan. Muli ako si Vince Alibong.
At ako naman si Francine Taladwa.
Sama-sama natin ito sa pulso ng sambayanan. Boses ng mamamayan.
Tinig ng katotohanan.
Okay ra. Dili, at least wa mo ni balik.
Mic test 117.7.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3.
Hello? 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 Mic test 1, 2, 3.
Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3.
Mic test. Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3.
Ready na, lock in na ba?
Balik dito niya. Niya, tuyok lang. So that is our point. Bro, 5 minutes. Putang ina. Ano ba? Ano nawala?
Butang na nila.
Lock in, lock in.
Mayong buntag Cebu, and welcome to ANS Network.
From the latest traffic updates that will save your precious minute on your commute.
To the juiciest stories hitting the headlines, we've got you covered.
For the headlines, award-winning journalist Alampay talks about AI and Sunsters Campus Journalism Summit.
Independent probe spans Aquino, Duterte, and Marcos years.
Creamline signs Courtney Sean for PBL season.
Rain expected across PH due to LP Easterly.
P-pop girl group Beanie confirmed to perform at Coachella 2026. For the local news, award-winning journalist Alampay talks about AI and Sunsters Campus Journalism Summit. MJ Dawson for more details.
Sunstar holds Campus Journalism Summit at GMO Cebu. Guest speaker Robbie Alampay, a journalist, warns people in his keynote speech that while AI is readily available for writing and editing, the people who are accountable and hunter-gatherers remains irreplaceable. Alampay said that regardless if you want to become a content creator or a journalist, it is important that you contribute to the media ecosystem.
What do you think is the weakest link of our information ecosystem? Is it the password, the OTP, the coding, the platforms? It is the humans.
The Campus Journalist Summit is part of the Sunstars Press Freedom Week celebration. This has been MJ Dawson for ANS Network. Independent probe spans Aquino, Duterte, and Marcos years. Shane Lagnason for the details.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. created an independent super body that would investigate corruption, not only in flood control projects but also in all other public works over the years. According to the EO, the investigation will prioritize flood control and other projects within the last 10 years.
Only 15 out of 2,000 contractors accounted for 18% or more than 100 billion pesos of the 545 billion pesos had spent to control flooding since 2022. Under the Executive Order number 94, the 3 members of the Independent Commission for Infrastructure was tasked with investigating these anomalies and misuse of funds.
In connection with government flood control and other infrastructure projects nationwide, this is Shane Lagnason reporting for ANS Network. And for the sports news, Creamline signs Courtney Sean for PBL season. Here is Shen De La Peña for more details.
The Creamline signs The Creamline recently strengthened their already astounding team as they've added a new powerful player, Courtney Sean, a tall and experienced spiker from the United States who has played professionally in Europe.
The addition of Courtney Sean to my team gives me more new power and smart play to Creamline. This will give me more options for both offense and defense.
Yes, Coach. I am looking forward to play the team Creamline Gold Smashers.
Sean is now practicing with fan favorites like Tots Carlos, Gemma Galanza, and Elisa Valdez. Her skills will help the team attack harder and defend better as the fans expect her skills to help the team professionally. Many are already looking forward to seeing her powerful skill spikes and how her international experience will boost the team's overall performance. This big move shows that Creamline is serious about winning it all again. Get ready for an exciting season. This is Shane De La Peña reporting for ANS Network.
Rain expected across PH due to LPA trough easterly. Dipanamanense for the weather.
The trough of a low-pressure area and the easterlies are set to bring rain across the Philippines on Friday. Pag-asa reported that the LPA trough located 540 kilometers east of Hinatuan, Surigao del Sur will cause cloudy skies with eastern Visayas, Caraga, and Davao Oriental. Pag-asa weather specialist Lorraine de la Cruz Galiclo noted a low chance for the LPA to develop within 24 hours, but intensification is possible beyond that period. This is David Amanense reporting for ANS Network.
And for the Shiz News, P-pop girl group BINI confirmed to perform at Coachella 2026. Villanobos for Gossip Corner.
Thank you, Shane! The Filipino girl group BINI is making history as the first P-pop to perform at Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival in 2026. The groups are set to perform on April 10 and 17 at the Emperor Polo Club in Indio, California. Joining them on Coachella stage are the other Asian acts like Cat's Eye, Big Bang, Terran of Shiny, while the festival's headliners include Sabrina Carpenter, Justin Bieber, and Karol G. The first one to know about the news was Beanie Stacy, and here with us is our very own Beanie Stacy. Beanie Stacy, what did you feel when you knew Beanie was set for Coachella? Did you know anything about it?
Well, someone mentioned and congratulated us on social media. Well, at very first, I truly did not believe. But then our management was confirmed that our secret was finally out, and we are truly excited to perform at Coachella 2026.
Gladly. Thank you, Beanie Stacy. The official Coachella lineup revealed their name, and fans all over the world went wild. Beanie's fandom known as Bloom flooded the social media with excitement, calling it life completed and even starting the hashtag BeanieTella. What was once just a dream for the girls has now become an historic reality, showing that the global spotlight is shining brighter than ever on Filipino talent. This is Lilian Villanobos reporting for Gossip Corner.
Time flies by so quickly, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed, because it's already 89 days till Christmas.
That's right. The Philippines celebrates Christmas longer than most countries, starting from September to January.
As what Taylor Swift said, we could live Christmas lights up till January.
We could leave the Christmas lights up till January.
And I think only Filipinos can. Fostering greater accountability
and transparency.
News that's fair,
beyond compare.
And there's no bias here.
Reporting for ANS Network.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
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 Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Mic check. Mic check.
Sound check, sound check. Siya. Sound check.
Mic check. Mic check. Ano diri kuya?
Good day, Philippines. Here are the top stories of today. The Sunstar Journalism Summit is being held at the G-Mall Atrium, gathering student journalists from STEC Senior High School, Abiliana National School, A. Gothong MNHS, Advanced Institute of Technology, and Immaculate Heart of Mary Academy, today at September 27, 2025. The summit aims to sharpen the skills of young journalists, focusing on how modern tools like artificial intelligence can support news gathering, writing, and reporting in today's fast-changing media landscape. Keynote speaker, award-winning journalist Robbie Alampay stressed the importance of AI as a tool for journalism. As part of the program, students are also taking part in a live newscast competition to apply the principles and techniques discussed during the sessions. On the local front, hundreds of scholars rally in the University of the Philippines, Cebu. We have Jean Joring on the scene.
Dawn, I am currently here at University of the Philippines, Cebu, where students, teachers, and alumni gather here today to join an indignation rally against the massive corruption. The protesters march outside the school campus, chanting and with their clipboards to show their frustration in the massive multi-billion peso government project scam. This protest shows the growing frustration and concerns of the Filipino citizens, in which highlights an educational crisis. This has... Back to you, Don.
morning and welcome to the Sports Highlight, bringing you the latest from the local sports scene. We begin in Cebu City, where Region 7's dance sport champions are back on the train, training hard for Palarong Pambansa 2025 after last year's gold-winning run. For a closer look at their preparations, we will go to the Cebu City Sports Complex with Venice Pilayo. Venice.
Thanks, Dawn. Right now, I am here in Cebu City Sports Center, where the music is loud, but the energy is louder. Right now, as you can see that our Latin American dancers, Michelin Ginaunau and Rodriguez are dancing in preparation for the Latin American routine. They showcase their own movements as it looks effortless, but it shows the hard work. Ms. Milano, after last year's success, what do you plan for this future support?
Right now, we're perfecting our routine to represent Cebu in the Palarong Pambansa.
And Mr. Rodri, with sports and daily routine, how would you motivate yourself to keep on going?
So we really uphold the value of discipline, and together with the support of our family and friends and the coaches around us, this happened, and we're very grateful and very thrilled right now. Thank you so much.
And that wraps up, Dawn. Every move that you see tonight are preparations for another golden finish. Back to you.
Thank you, Venice. Best of luck to Michelani Dinaunau, Roger Yan Rodriguez, and the entire Region 7 team as they represent Cebu in this year's Latin Dance Sport competition. More sports update coming your way. Stay tuned to Sports Highlight. For the weather update, Typhoon Opong remains outside the Philippine landmass as of September 27, 2025. In Cebu, expect cloudy skies with scattered rain and thunderstorms, similar to the rest of Visayas and Western Mindanao. We'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest updates. For the Showbiz update, where we bring the latest buzz from local and international entertainment. We begin with former Pinoy Big Brother housemate Shuvi Entrata, now speaking out after backlash over resurfaced video showing her emotional reaction to March arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte. In a new Instagram post, Shuvi apologized to those she may have disappointed, admitting her past words caused hurt, and said she now focuses on loving the country and standing against corruption. She promised to continue to learn and grow, ending her message with, "I stand for and with Filipino people, always." Now, from a local controversy to a global celebration, an international win for Filipino talent. Let's head live to the Pasadena Civic Auditorium in California, where America's Got Talent Season 20 has just crowned its newest champion. Jean?
Dawn, here I am in the Pasadena where history takes place as Jessica Sanchez took the grand prize of the season 20 of America's Got Talent. The American Idol gained the highest number of score after her breathtaking performance of the song Die With a Smile, hailed by Billboard as flawless and with the judges praising her Mariah Carey's level of vocal control. Here we have beside me is Jessica Sanchez Dawn for an interview. Jessica, a big congratulations for your win.
Thank you so much. Actually, tonight feels absolutely crazy.
To be honest, I'm still processing everything all around here, yes. And to all of my fans out there in the Philippines and around the world who supported me, this is for you.
Oh, that's very... Jessica, snippet from your winnings.
Just a little, okay? So I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last. Was sounding, I wanna be next to. Woo-hoo.
There we have. Then don't show. This has been. So.
Thank you, Jean. From Shuvi Trata's clarifying statement to Jessica Sanchez's unforgettable victory, Showbiz Spotlight keeps you in the know of stories that matter, both the controversies and celebrations. And that's the latest from Mantalaan Newsroom. On behalf of the entire team, thank you for joining us. It's 89 days before Christmas, enough time to wrap our gifts, blessings, and affairs this year. I'm Donnie Prial. Good morning.
Hello, mic test. Hello, mic test.
Hello, mic test. Mic test.
Sound check. Hello. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Sound check. Mic test. Mic test.
Hello.
On Point News, the facts in focus.
The facts in focus.
Your news delivered.
This is
On Point News.
Mabuhay Cebu.
Mayong adlaw, Mandaue.
Joining you live from
On Point News.
I'm Xavier Joshua Bentazal.
And I am Laika Joy Ayabayan, serving you the hottest, latest update of today.
For the headlines. Cebu Summit 2025 warns deep fake, calls integrity in journalism.
Cebu City Mayor approves true construction of Gabion Dams in Pulang-Bato.
Anchetsa Dargani triumphant in National Wrestling Championships.
Michael V. honors Ricky Lee, tackles corruption with Shala Dismaya.
For the local news, Cebu Journalism Summit 2025 talks about AI. Here is Jamaica Tabacon for the report. Jamaica.
Good day, Cebu City, bringing you across the local scene. Earlier this morning, the Campus Journalism Summit 2025 took place at the atrium of JML Cebu City, bringing together students, writers, and aspiring media practitioners across the city with the theme AI, a journalist tool, not a journalist. Summit also spread light regarding about the growing influence of artificial intelligence in the field of journalism. The discussion opened by Mr. Ruby Alampay, highlighting how AI could create a deepfake videos that could mislead public information and ruin reputation. In response, panelists Ms. Agripina Guevelondo, Mr. Carlos Santos, and Dr. Nestor Ramirez emphasizes the truth and integrity will always remain in the core of journalism that beyond machine could ever reach. To add more about the summit, I spoke with Mr. Ruby Alumpay, one of the speakers in this Momentum event. Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, so my first question is, AI is becoming a big topic in journalism. How can events like this could help and inspire our future journalists?
Well, summits like this helps remind students that although AI is helpful, it should never really replace things like truth, integrity, and honesty. Journalism is people talking about real stories, and it is a power that no machine could ever take. Sunstar isn't just about newspapers, it's about a sense of community.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. My last question is, what message would you like to leave for our aspiring journalists?
To inspire the young journalists, I would like to say stay vigilant, always verify information, and always remember that a true journalist's heart is honesty and responsibility.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alumpay. AI may be tool, but truth and integrity will always remain in the heart of journalism. Bringing you across the local scene, I am Maria Jamaica Tabacon, live reporting.
Thank you, Jamaica. Cebu City Mayor Nestor Archibald approved construction of 2 dams in Pulang Bato. Here is Francesca Ibanez for the report. Francesca?
Cebu City Mayor Nestor Archibald plans to submit a 2026 budget aligned with the projected revenues, moving away from past proposals lacking funding support. The move comes after the City Council urged him to submit the budget early. The project aims to address the city's long-standing problem of severe flooding.
The practical revenue that we know is something like 9.5 billion to 10 billion. That is why I requested the assessor and the CTO that our money will be around 11.5 billion. Within that, it is there that we can get the budget for each department.
Archibald also wants to avoid raising property taxes by improving tax collection to reach the target. This is Francesca Ibanez reporting.
Thank you, Francesca. For our weather update, let's hear from Cameron Timimbang. Cameron?
Hello, Cebu! Brace yourself for a steamy storms by Saturday as the weather plays tug of war between sunshine and rainfall. And Cebu City will be turning partly cloudy by noon with chances of rainfall in the afternoon. And Mandaue City will be hot and humid and experiencing a 29 degrees Celsius with showers and intense heat. And lastly, for the Lapu-Lapu City, we'll be experiencing mostly cloudy skies with a temperature of 26 degrees to 27 degrees Celsius. For the quick heads up, always bring an umbrella with you for the sudden rain showers. And don't forget to stay hydrated during the heat season.
Thank you, Cameron. Do you have any update to the Bagyong Opong?
For the update of Typhoon Opong has exceeded the Philippine area of responsibility this morning, September 27, 2025.
Thank you for the update. For a sports update, 2 Filipino athletes created an impressive headline in the National Wrestling Championship. Once again, let's hear from Cameron Tumimbang.
Two Filipino athletes make headlines after impressive showing at the National Wrestling Championships. Hayden Ancheta and Andre Dragani emerged triumphant at the National Wrestling Championships, held last September 2025 at Mandaluyong City. Ancheta and Andre Dragani emerged. The triumphant defeated Murphy Modne of the Ifugao Wrestling with the 57 kilograms. Ancheta dominated the Senior Philippine National Championships with a flawless 6-0 record, finishing strong with a win over Modne. Meanwhile, Dragani impressed with a 4-0 sweep, highlighted a strong victory against the champion and a team member, Fiore Pradhon of France. This is Cameron Tumimbang for the On Point News. Back to you, Xavier.
Thank you, Cameron. For the showbiz update, Michael V impersonates Sarah Diskaya. Here is Althea Milesco for the report. Althea.
Thank you, Xavier. Michael B, a renowned TV actor and comedian, takes a big step on making a short film about the corruption and disillusionment that is happening today in the Philippines. In September 2025, he released his short film titled Shala Dismaya. In the short film, he impersonated Sarah Diskaya, a Filipino entrepreneur and politician that is involved in controversies surrounding corruption allegations and flood control.
Senator Mark Colecta, may we start our hearing?
Yes, Senator Espada. Let's start with our first contractor. Please take your seat, Mrs. Ciala Dismaya.
For the record, Ms. Dismaya, can you please say your full name?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Mrs. Shala Dismaya.
Alam mo, Miss Dismaya, bagay sa'yo yung pangalan mo eh. Yung first name mo na Shala, social na social yung forma mo. Yung pangalan mo naman na Dismaya, maraming Pilipino ang dismayado sa mga pinaggagawa nyo.
I don't understand, Your Honor.
Kunwari ka pa.
The film was created as a tribute to National Artist for Literature, Wiki Lee. The parody received critics from netizens saying it was a hilarious copycat of the timely issue. Althea Moscow for the Showbiz Update.
Thank you for that showbiz update, Althea.
But what do you think about that news, partner?
It was hilarious, partner.
I agree with you. But anyways, 89 days left before Christmas. And those are the hottest and latest news update for today.
Stay tuned for our next update.
Once again, I am Xavier Joshua Bentazal.
And I am Laika Joy Bayon. The facts in focus.
Your news delivered.
This is On Point News.
Lapas tag 28.
Dito na lang.
Test.
Mic test.
Wow, Sean, wasn't that just spectacular?
Truly, Izzy. Each reporter, each anchor, each presenter portrayed the hard work of our TV broadcasters.
Truly, now we would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors once more.
Yes.
Namely, Gmall as our venue partner, Visayan Electric and Smart PLDT, our co-presenters for today's Campus Journalism Summit.
And our gold sponsors, Globe and Palmgrass, the Heritage Hotel, and KNOP Law and Roncalles Customs Brokerage as our silver sponsors.
Yes, additionally, we would like to thank Cebu City Don Carlos Gothong Memorial National High School for the chairs for today's event, Jollibee for sponsoring our lunch, and of course, IPI and Bioderm. And fun fact, everybody, you may visit their booth at the back to claim free products. Now we move forward. To give more honor to our board of judges, let us all set our eyes in the audio-visual presentation.
Na-scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho sa chat. Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never sends clickable links via SMS. So kung may link sa text, scam yan, sis. Number 3, yung URL, parang kayo, hindi official. Aray ko. Nagpapanggap na Globe, pero ang link niya is globe.net.ph.pw.xyz.123. Hihingan ka lang ng number at OTP niyan para ma-access ang bank details mo. Huwag kang magpapaloko. Kaya tandaan ha, huwag magpa-false sa mga peke. Sa love man yan o sa scam messages. Let's stay safe and least to online, Beshi.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan niyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Mukha, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months, wala kang gagawin.
Oo, boss. Bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000, may 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako, pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos, tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir. Nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Unsa? Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo.
Alright.
Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Pakipadala ng email address at phone number. Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, necktie sa kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong press con.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ang AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kesa magpaloko, kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI!
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito. Anong kinabukasan mo?
Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsisikap kami ngayon na baguhin at pagputihin ang iyong mundo. Isang mundo kung saan bawat taong gustong umangat, inaalalayan. Ang yaman ng kapaligiran, inaalagaan. Bawat hakbang, dapat kapakipakinabang. Bawat hamon, hindi inuurungan. Mundong tutupad sa iyong mga pangarap. Mundong may mga oportunidad para sa lahat. Sa lahat ng aming gagawin, ikaw ang nasa isip namin. Dahil anumang sinimulan namin ngayon ay para sa ikagaganda ng mundo sa darating na panahon.
Look around, there's magic for all to see. Feel the vibe and dance to the beat. There's a fire that's burning so bright inside this heart that's overflowing with love that keeps us going. Life is all a reason to live. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying on to heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo. Take my hand, we're growing together now through the years. We've always been there. We will stand. We're stronger than ever now. As one, we'll face the future no matter what. You're never alone. We will always be here. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying on to heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. With Echo to light up the dark, there's always a chance for a brand new start. With Echo there's life all around. We'll bring power to your business, power to your need.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito, anong kinabukasan mo? Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsis...
Echo is the power of Cebu.
3 sureball signs na scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho. Sa chat? Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin 3 sureball signs na scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho. Sa chat? Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan nyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Muka, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months. Wala kang gagawin.
Oo, boss. Bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000. May 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako. Pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos. Tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir. Nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Unsa? Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo.
Alright.
Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Pakipadala ng email address at phone number. Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, neckties ang kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong press con.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ang AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kesa magpaloko, kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI.
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito? Anong kinabukasan mo? Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsisikap kami ngayon na paguhin at pagputihin ang iyong mundo. Isang mundo kung saan bawat taong gustong umangat, inaalalayan. Ang yaman ng kapaligiran, inaalagaan. Bawat hakbang, dapat kapakipakinabang. Bawat hamon, hindi inuurungan. Mundong tutupad sa iyong mga pangarap. Mundong may mga oportunidad para sa lahat. Sa lahat ng aming gagawin, ikaw ang nasa isip namin. Dahil anumang sinimulan namin ngayon ay para sa ikagaganda ng mundo mo sa darating na panahon.
Look around, there's magic for all to see. Feel the vibe and dance to the beat. There's a fire that's burning so bright inside this heart that's overflowing with love that keeps us going. Life is all a reason to live. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, the power of Cebu. Take my hand, we're going together now through the years. We've always been there, we will stand, we're stronger than ever now. As one, we'll face the future no matter what. You're never alone, we will always be here. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You'll hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. With Echo to light up the dark, there's always a chance for a brand new start. With Echo there's life all around. We'll bring power to your business, power to ideas, power so the people can sing. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You'll hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, power of Cebu. Powered by the world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, power of Cebu. Powered by Echo. Echo is the power of Cebu.
Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never sends clickable links via SMS. So kung may link sa text, scam yan, sis. Number 3, yung URL, parang kayo, hindi official. Aray ko. Nagpapanggap na Globe, pero ang link niya is globe.net.ph.pw.xyz.123. Hihingan ka lang ng number at OTP niyan para ma-access ang bank details mo. Huwag kang magpapaloko. Kaya tandaan ha, huwag magpa-fall sa mga peke. Sa love man yan o sa scam messages. Let's stay safe and listo online, besties.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan niyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Muka, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months. Wala kang gagawin.
Oo, boss. Bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000. May 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako. Pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos. Tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir. Nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Unsa? Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo.
Alright.
Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Pakipadala ng email address at phone number. Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, necktie sa kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako, pati itong press con.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ng AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kaysa magpaloko, kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI.
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito. Anong kinabukasan mo? Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsisikap kami ngayon na paguhin at pagtihin ang iyong mundo. Isang mundo kung saan bawat taong gustong umangat, inaalalayan. Ang yaman ng kapaligiran, inaalagaan. Bawat hakbang, dapat kapaki-pakinabang. Bawat hamon, hindi inuurungan. Mundong tutupad sa iyong mga pangarap. Mundong may mga oportunidad para sa lahat. Sa lahat ng aming gagawin, ikaw ang nasa isip namin. Dahil anumang sinimulan namin ngayon ay para sa ikagaganda ng mundo mo sa darating na panahon.
Look around, there's magic for all to see. Feel the vibe and dance to the beat. There's a fire that's burning so bright inside this heart that's overflowing. Cebu. Powered by Beko. The power of Cebu. Powered by Beko. Take my hand. We're going together now through the years. We've always been there. We will stand. We're stronger than ever now. As one, we'll face the future. No matter what, you're never alone. We will always be here. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You'll hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Beko. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Beko, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. With Beko to light up the dark, there's always a chance for a brand new start. With Beko there's life all around. We'll bring power to your business, power to ideas, power so the people can sing. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You'll hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Beko. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Beko, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Beko, power of Cebu. Powered by Beko, the world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Beko, power of Cebu. Powered by Beko. Beko is the power of Cebu.
Three sureball signs na scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho sa chat. Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never sends clickable links via SMS. So kung may link sa text, scam yan, sis. Number 3, yung URL, parang kayo, hindi official. Rico, nagpapanggap na Globe, pero ang link niya is globe.net.ph.pw.xyz.123. Hihingan ka lang ng number at OTP niyan para ma-access ang bank details mo. Huwag kang magpapaloko. Kaya tandaan ha, huwag magpa-fall sa mga peke. Sa love man yan o sa scam messages. Let's stay safe and listo online, Beshi.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan niyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Muka, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months. Wala kang gagawin.
Oo, boss. Bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000. May 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako. Pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos. Tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir. Nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Unsa? Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo.
Alright.
Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Pakipadala ng email address at phone number. Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, necktie sa kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong press con.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ang AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kesa magpaloko. Kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI.
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito. Anong kinabukasan mo? Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsisikap kami ngayon na paguhin at pagtihin ang iyong mundo. Isang mundo kung saan bawat taong gustong umangat, inaalalayan. Ang yaman ng kapaligiran, inaalagaan. Bawat hakbang, dapat kapaki-pakinabang. Bawat hamon, hindi inuurungan. Mundong tutupad sa iyong mga pangarap. Mundong may mga oportunidad para sa lahat. Sa lahat ng aming gagawin, ikaw ang nasa isip namin. Dahil anumang sinimulan namin ngayon ay para sa ikagaganda ng mundo sa darating na panahon.
Look around, there's magic for all to see. Feel the vibe and dance to the beat. There's a fire that's burning so bright inside this heart that's overflowing with love that keeps us going. Life is all a reason to live. You'll see it in the light of a million homes.
3 sure-ball signs na scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho. Sa chat? Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never sends clickable links via SMS. So kung may link sa text, scam yan, sis. Number 3, yung URL, parang kayo, hindi official. Aray ko. Nagpapanggap na Globe, pero ang link niya is globe.net.ph.pw.xyz.123. Hihingan ka lang ng number at OTP niyan para ma-access ang bank details mo. Huwag kang magpapaloko. Kaya tandaan ha, huwag magpa-false sa mga peke. Sa love man yan o sa scam messages. Let's stay safe and least to online, Beshi.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan niyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Mukha, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months. Wala kang gagawin.
Oo, boss. Bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000. May 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako. Pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos. Tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir, nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Unsa? Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo.
Alright.
Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Pakipadala ng email address at phone number. Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, neckties ang kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong presscon.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ang AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kesa magpaloko, kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI!
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Newscaster, and last but not the least, Best Newscast. And on top of these, we also have special awards from Globe, Smart PLDT, and Visayan Electric.
Each award is not just a trophy or a certificate. It is a symbol of hard work, dedication, and sleepless nights that campus journalists know all too well.
And so, let us begin announcing the nominees and winners for this year's awards.
May
Let's
we
keep
call
the
on-
applause and cheers loud because these recognitions are well deserved.
Truly. Now, may we call on Sir Nestor to award the winners? A round of applause, please. We would like to call on Miss Neda Esguerra to assist Sir Nestor up here on stage. Starting off with the nominees for Best in News Writing. Drum roll, please. Now our nominee for Best News Writing goes to University of Cebu, UCLM.
And our second nominee for Best in News Writing goes to Advanced Institute of Technology.
Please come up here on stage. Calling on UC and Advanced Institute of Technology. Let's start on with UC. Is UC here? And the champion for our best news writing goes to Benedicto College.
For
Once more, here are our champions for the best news writing. Congratulations once more.
a round of applause, please.
Congratulations once more.
We now move on to the Best in Sports Writing. For our first nominee from Cebu City National Science High School, we have Hans Russell Ceballos. May we call on Sir Bong for assistance?
May I ask if Hans Russell is present here? Congratulations for our second nominee for Best in Sports Writing goes to the same school, Cebu City National Science High School of Franz Jacob Escopit. Congratulations to both our nominees. And now, for our champion for sports writing, we have
Mars Christian Mosqueda.
Congratulations to all our sports writer. Moving on to our next category, we have here Best Photo. Starting off with our first nominee, we have Nikki Daug from Talamba National High School. A round of applause, please.
And moving on to our next nominee from University of San Carlos, Grill Pepito.
Congratulations, and now for our champion for Best in Photo goes to Janelle Sol Carvalho. Congratulations once more.
And now we move on to the best in reporter category.
Are you guys excited to know who are our winners, TV broadcasters? You guys aren't excited? Are you guys excited?
Is everybody ready?
Okay, but before that, we would like to call on Mr. Carlos Santos up here on stage. For our winners, they will not only receive only for the reporter. Okay, other than getting a trophy or a plaque, you will be receiving this. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of Commitment. This certificate is proudly presented to Best Reporter Sunstar Campus Journalism Awards in recognition of outstanding journalistic excellence and commitment to truth. Globe Telecom Incorporated is honored to award Globe Prepaid Fiber Plan 50 Mbps with 12 months of unlimited internet. This commitment underscores Globe's advocacy, next generation of storytellers, through reliable connectivity, enabling them to pursue meaningful narratives and champion digital inclusion. For and behalf Globe Telecom, signed by Maria Volanda Cristiano, the Chief Sustainability and Corporate Communications Officer, Globe.
That is one great award.
And our best reporter, are all of you ready?
Is everyone ready?
We're in a way, Kwangan? Let me hear some
We need more energy.
And our best reporter goes to
drum rolls, please.
Go.
Vince Alibong. Congratulations.
Vince Alibong garnered a total of 85.5 points. A round of applause once more. He is proudly representing Don Carlos. Let us hear some noise from the school. To present the best newscast, may we call on Mr. Robbie Alampay on stage. Now we move on to our best newscaster.
And so let's get another drum roll from the audience, please. Our best newscaster goes to...
But everyone, guess what? Aside from the trophy, the winner will also receive a phone. Okay, and now our best newscaster goes to John McLeod Katubig!
Sean McLeod Katubig garnered a total of 87 points.
He is representing Immaculate Heart of Mary Academy. Let's hear some noise! Congratulations once more. And now we come to the most awaited award. The Best Newscast. This is the overall production. Are all of you ready to know who the winner is? I don't hear
More
you,
energy,
everyone.
please. More energy, everyone.
Are all of you ready? Now, when the champion is called, we request the entire team to come up here on stage. Now, are you ready, Sean?
Oh, Muragon, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but
Yeah,
let's
I
see
think
if the
all-
audience is just as nerve-wracked as us. And so, to announce the winners, the Best Newscast goes to...
Drum roll, everyone. 1, 2, ready, go. And the Best Newscast goes to Science and Technology Education Center.
They garnered a total of 85.25 points.
Congratulations! Once again, congratulations to Science and Technology Education Center with a total points of 85.25 points. Congratulations once more to the rest of the contestants. Remember, all of us are winners when we choose truth, integrity, and creativity. What a fulfilling day this has been. We started early this morning with so much excitement, and now we end with hearts full of inspiration. Today, we were reminded that the future of journalism is bright because it is in your hands, the hands of passionate and fearless young journalists.
And that is exactly the spirit of today's summit. To embrace the new, to question boldly, and to never forget the human heart in every single story. We hope that you leave here today not just with lessons, but with the courage to use your voice and to tell stories that truly matter.
To formally close our program, we now call on once more Miss Mildred Galarpe. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Easy and Sean, for wonderful host for today. We just closed our 2025 Campus Journalism Summit, but we are also looking forward for the 2026 Campus Journalism Summit. I want to see more for the on-the-record contestants. So to every young campus journalist, remember that every story you write is more than words on a page. It is a service to your community. In an age of noise and disinformation, your commitment to truth, fairness, and courage matters more than ever. Start where you are, use the tools you have, and let your voice be a light. Journalism is not just a craft, it is a calling, and you are its future. Thank you, everyone. See you again soon.
And with that, my friends, we officially conclude the Sunstar Cebu Campus Journalism Summit 2025.
On behalf of Sunstar Cebu, thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your energy, your voices, and your passion for truth.
I'm Sean Daniel Tan from Mantalaan. Bring the news we write with a clear sight of what's right.
And I am Izzy Elieli Pardillo from the Hesenian Premier, reminding you to always be the first.
Until we meet again, may you continue to write boldly, think critically, and dream endlessly.
Daghang salamat, Cebu! Mabuhay ang campus journalism!
This has been your Sunstar Cebu Campus Journalism Summit 2025.
Three sureball signs na scam yan, sis. Una, nag-I love you agad-agad. Charot, ibang klaseng scam ang pag-uusapan natin dito. Number 1, may biglang nag-offer ng trabaho. Sa chat? Usually daw sa mga shopping app. Quick kita, easy money, tapos may link. Madalas sa mga messaging apps nagpaparamdam. Tapos yung photo naman, mukhang kinuha lang sa internet somewhere. Block and report agad-agad. Do not engage. Number 2, may pinadalang link sa text. Kahit sabihin pa nilang Globe sila, huwag kang maniniwala. Globe never sends clickable links via SMS. So kung may link sa text, scam yan, sis. Number 3, yung URL parang kayo, hindi official. Aray ko. Nagpapanggap na Globe, pero ang link niya is globe.net.ph.tw.xyz.123. Hihingan ka lang ng number at OTP niyan para ma-access ang bank details mo. Huwag kang magpapaloko. Kaya tandaan ha, huwag magpa-false sa mga peke. Sa love man yan o sa scam messages. Let's stay safe and least to online, besties.
Lahat po ng mapapanood ninyo sa susunod na mga eksena ay fake. Tandaan niyo po yan.
Ngayon, sobrang dali na gumawa ng fake na video. Mukha, boses, pwedeng gayahin. Parang totoo, pero hindi.
Yung fake videos, pwedeng gamitin yan para manghingi ng OTP, password, o mag-spread ng maling impormasyon. Gaya nito.
Bro, legit to. High return in just 3 months. Wala kang gagawin.
Oh, boss, bayad ka. Minimum lang 50,000, may 100,000 ka na bukas.
Oops, fake lahat to. Pati kami FAK.
Nanalo ako. Pero kailangan daw ng 1,000 pesos. Tsaka OTP. Anong OTP?
Inday, na-aksidente si sir. Nasa ospital. Karon dayon nagpadala og kwarta.
Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong buong eksena.
Good morning po. May promo tayo ngayon. Tataasan natin ang credit limit ninyo. Alright. Pakisend po ng picture ng credit card nyo.
Oops, fake to.
Ingat tayong lahat sa fake. Gaya namin.
Lahat kami dito fake.
Oops, fake ako.
Sorry, tita. Fake ako.
Ow, I miss you.
Sorry. Fake kami.
Gagawa ko ng batas na lahat ng senior high school students kailangan mag-necktie.
Bakit po necktie, sir?
Sa ikauunlad ng bayan, neckties ang kailangan. Ay, fake pala ako. Pati itong press con.
Fake news and fake videos will become an even bigger problem. Pati lahat ito fake.
Ang nakakagulat, sobrang dali na gumawa ng video gamit ang AI. Sobrang galing na nito at gagaling pa.
Ang good news, mukhang mas madaling gumawa ng AI-generated video kesa magpaloko, kahit gano'ng kagaling pa yan.
Lalo na kaming mga kabataan ngayon, hindi na kami basta-basta maluloko.
Hindi mo kami maluloko, AI.
Gayunpaman, there are people we care about who can fall for this. At aminin, baka one day, mabiktima ka rin.
Saka sa totoo lang, lahat ng scam na to, lumana. But we've seen that every old scam tries to use the newest technology.
We have also seen that even the oldest scams and the newest toys are no match for knowledge, awareness, and watching out for each other.
Kaya let's be aware. Magtulungan tayo na maintindihan ng bawat isa ang mga nakikita at napapanood natin.
Uulitin ko lang ha, ang lahat ng nakita nyo, fake. Walang totoong tao dito. Pati ako fake. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ikaw na bagong dating sa mundong ito? Anong kinabukasan mo? Malayo ang mararating mo kung magsisikap kami ngayon na baguhin at pagputihin ang iyong mundo. Isang mundo kung saan bawat taong gustong umangat, inaalalayan. Ang yaman ng kapaligiran, inaalagaan. Bawat hakbang, dapat kapaki-pakinabang. Bawat hamon, hindi inuurungan. Mundong tutupad sa iyong mga pangarap. Mundong may mga oportunidad para sa lahat. Sa lahat ng aming gagawin, ikaw ang nasa isip namin. Dahil anumang sinimulan namin ngayon ay para sa ikagaganda ng mundo mo sa darating na panahon.
Look around, there's magic for all to see. Feel the vibe and dance to the beat. There's a fire that's burning so bright inside this heart that's overflowing with love that keeps us going. Life is all a reason to live. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the life, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying onto heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining, shining. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo. Take my hand, we're growing together now through the years. We've always been there. We will stand. We're stronger than ever now. As one, we'll face the future no matter what to light up the dark. There's always a chance for a brand new start. With Echo, there's life all around. We'll bring power to your business, power to ideas, power so the people can sing. You'll see it in the light of a million homes. You'll hear it in the sound of a million songs. This is the light, powered by Echo. We'll keep shining for the whole world to know. We're running on the fire of a million dreams. We're flying on to heights we've never been. 'Cause of the light, powered by Echo, shining through. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, Cebu. Powered by Echo. The world will feel the power of Cebu. Powered by Echo, Cebu. Powered by Echo. Echo is the power of Cebu.